Hi. Okay. We're here. I'm so excited. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the first episode of Eclipse. Oh my god. This is in case you somehow missed it and you stumbled and tripped in here, this is a 5e homebrew classic horror themed campaign written by myself, and I will be your DM as well. We have a wonderful cast. Starting, I guess, from my left, we have the wonderful Cat Scratch. We have Kristen House. We have Mansuit Games, and we have Serotonin, who will be joining me on this short adventure. This adventure will be for charity. Crispy, I love you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in new friends. We're on follower only mode right now for the safety of the stream. But if you hang out for 10 minutes, I'd love it if you come say hi to us. Okay, we are raising money for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence to help survivors in need. All income to my Ko-fi? I don't know. I always say Ko-fi. All income given to me this month will be donated directly to them to help as many people as possible. So please feel free, if you want to show some support. That's the best way to do it right now, so we can really make a difference. Yeah. Oh, also, because it's time now and we're live, I have incentives for the donations. And I'm going to turn the thingy on before I forget. There it is. Somebody do exclamation point incentive for me. Thank you. We have incentives. So, for $50, I will play Phasmophobia for the first time ever. I have never played this game. I am a huge scaredy cat. Hopefully with friends. If not, I will be brave and do solos. For $100, if we raise $100 together, I will do a behind the scenes, how did I make this campaign, walk you through every aspect, answer every question, and we'll just sit and vibe together for as long as that takes. And if we hit our overall goal of $200, I will do a first-time playthrough of Resident Evil Village. It's my first Resident Evil game in full Lady Dimitrescu cosplay. So, hopefully we get there. It's gonna be really fun. And yeah, I'm so excited. So let's let everybody introduce yourselves. Don't introduce your character yet. We're gonna do that in game, but just talk about yourselves and who you are. Anybody can start.
Okay. Hi. I'll start. I'm Cat, or Cat Scratch. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch. I play a bunch of things all the time. And I'm a little bit chaotic and all over the place, and that's totally fine. But I'm Cat Scratch on everything. Is that all I needed? Did we
Yeah.
We're golden.
I'll go
I also
next.
normally DM, but now I'm a player, so I'm nervous.
Ooh. Okay, hi, I'm Kristen House, which you can find me as that everywhere. TTRPG Fiend, Corgi Mom, Bisexual Disaster, and hello, hi. Streaming soon, not yet, but yeah.
Great. I guess I'll go next. I'm Mansuit Games. I'm also a variety streamer here on Twitch. D&D content. So excited to be here and as a player in this adventure.
I'm still muted. That's what happened right there. I'm Sarah Tonin. I am known in some circles. I am lacking serotonin, but that's why I go to therapy. Yeah, I don't do anything. I just kind of work here. But I'm super excited to be a part of this campaign. And you can also see me on Fridays for Stormborn's Curse. That's another D&D campaign. Little shameless plug. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, I should plug the other thing I do. Every Friday, 8 p.m. EST here, on my channel, we do Stormborn's Curse, which is another homebrew that I worked on. It is pirate-themed with this hilarious, awesome cast. It's probably in chat by now. But yeah, you could also come hang out there if you like the vibes from today. But, since we're all introduced, I think it's time to start the thing. Oh, one more thing. I don't have the link right now. Maya, if you're kicking around, can you grab the link from Twitter to, like, the Eclipse thing? Just one of them. It would be super helpful for everybody who's here if you wanted to help just bump the tweet so more people see it and maybe more friends can come hang out with us. That would be wonderful. And with that, I'm going to take us into our story. All right. We begin in the People's Republic of Marin, on the eastern continent of Faerun. This is not Faerun as you probably know it, but Faerun all the same. It was split millions of years ago by a war between the giants. But we're not millions of years ago. We're here now, with two halves of a single land. On the eastern half lives Marin, a small yet prosperous little territory, full of rolling hills and meadows, where villages, towns, and cities have sprung up over the last century or so. On the western continent, directly across, is Furia, the parent kingdom. Furia ruled with an iron fist over this territory, and the people had enough. With the sea between them, they split and started anew. After seceding from the Iron Fist of Furia and the Blackwood clan that runs it, Marin has become a flourishing place of development and opportunity. Our adventure lies in this gem of a place among the spires and grids of Strakberg. Strakberg is firmly rooted in its evolving history, despite only coming to fruition rather recently. The cobbled streets are ingrained with decades' worth of coal, dirt, and soot. In front of their shops, blacksmiths hammer out everything from horseshoes to armor, depending on their trade. Merchant stalls line the main roads, and the clamor rises high above the faint smog. The smell of salted meats and fresh bread drifts down from the market, bringing a glimmer of freshness with it. Dancers in fine silk flit behind smocked artists whose arms are burdened with canvas and dye. The wind carries them towards the arts ward with its quaint apartments and studio spaces for creative spirits to blossom. There are farmlands nestled into the surrounding hills here, but even they feel like a part of the citizenry, despite their distance from the main city. Our scope is going to narrow in on the Hand's headquarters. Located in the Steel Ward, your guild operates in the heart of a variety of smithies and artists who find themselves too hardy for the arts ward. This building is one of the nicest in Strakberg. The gray brick and worn yet ornate dark oak doors, here we go, look almost pristine among the other buildings. The only music here is the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil and the occasional sweet melody of a hired bard wandering between taverns and street corners. Inside, the 2 floors are packed with guild members. The top loft hosts quiet conversation accompanied by ale, and the bottom floor, guild members gamble, arm wrestle, drink, and talk. It's a bustly, lively setting. There's a bar near the door where guild members are mostly helping themselves, dropping gold into a till based on honor. But a placard on the bar reads, "Barmaid Wanted." You are spread among this welcome chaos. So, anybody can go first. We have a pretty big building here. You can tell me where you are and who you are.
I could go. So my character is Youngmi Cho. She is a nine-tailed fox, specifically a Korean gumiho. And I'm not gonna quite. What do I share? She is a College of Whispers bard, who basically her role in the guild for the past 100 years has been a collector of information. She often goes undercover, does spy shit, and she usually gathers information to find people for like the mercenaries who are doing the headhunting. So she is very sneaky. She's very I'm gonna just disguise myself. Who knows what I actually look like? Um, and she's very to herself. Uh, she doesn't really have any real roots anywhere, despite being part of the guild for 100 years. Um, and the rumor that people basically believe to be true and is really the only thing most people know about her is that before she joined the guild, before she even moved to Marin, the country, basically, rumor has it that she murdered her husband and ate his heart. Um, and yeah, that's young me. She's probably in her room adjusting like the top piece of her hanbok, like just getting ready for the day. Um, yeah, and she's just like doing her own thing in silence, being mysterious and brooding and shit. As she does all the time, 24/7.
Okay, and awesome. Okay, anybody else want to go next?
I can go next. So I am playing Jade, the tabaxi cheetah patterned assassin rogue. Her role is just that. She carries out various covert assassinations, usually, through the means of poison and disguising herself and infiltrating the home or organization or wherever her assignment may be. She's very, proficient in stealth and deception and those sorts of things. She's very quiet. No one really knows much about her because she keeps to herself and needs to be able to slip into different personas very easily. She's very guarded and keeps everything close to the chest. And when she does speak, she's rude and sassy and not very kind. So yeah, that's Jade. She would probably right about now be hanging out wherever there's food available, brooding in a corner, munching on probably different fruits and stuff, thinking about her recent poor decisions and those sorts of things.
Okay.
I'm happy to go next. So my character, Dimble, otherwise known in the hand as Cloak Knackle, is a gnome wizard rogue. And Dimble found out at a very young age that they had quite a penchant for magic and arcane abilities. And where a lot of gnomes use these abilities to simply just enchant items for coin or make special gizmos and gadgets, he dreamt of bigger and better things and went off. But while he could not get into any of the larger academies, he was taken as an apprentice under a member of the Hand known as Mira. Um, Mira taught him everything that he knew about magic as well as being a rogue and being sneaky. And they were contracted by the Hand to perform detective work on like arcane magical cases. Recently, however, Dimble was out on a contract and returned without Mira and no memory of what took place on that contract. Many people in the Hand and outside of the guild assume that he murdered her, and to this day, it is really he blames himself for her disappearance. It's kind of causing some PTSD. He's always been a quiet, introspective character with a low tolerance for what he deems as a lack of intelligence, but he's not necessarily unfriendly. He has, however, lost his only friend and doesn't know why, but he blames himself for her loss. He is currently sitting in the corner, sipping on some ale by himself, as he normally would be.
Okay.
And I have Malcyra. She is a tiefling warlock paladin. I would say she's newer to the hand. She's been here for a little bit, but not as into all the groups and everything as everyone else. She is known for being a mercenary. However, she may have went a little bit too strong in one of her jobs that she was sent out on, um, and awoke instead of just killing her one main target. She ended up burning down an entire town. And went a little bit too hard for that. She is definitely a little bit sassier, not necessarily standoffish, but doesn't necessarily like everyone that much. But she is very interested in the power and the abilities that everyone brings to the table.
Okay. So, that's awesome. I love this cruise so much. Okay, so we're going to start with Youngmi. You are relatively alone, where you are. Most of the hand, although familiar with you, due to your longevity, tend to avoid you. And you're very used to that.
And she
But-
would prefer it that way.
Yeah, you're vibing.
Mhm.
You hear a faint jingling coming from somewhere like around you, and it's starting to get louder. It's coming from around the floor.
She is going to slowly put her hand behind her back where she keeps one of her 2 daggers sheathed, and also be looking for the source of the sound.
Okay, you look around for a little bit and you don't necessarily see anything, and then from between, are you sitting or are you just standing?
She's standing.
Okay. From between your legs, like from behind, a little face peeks up at you. And you know this face. This is a very familiar little baby. This is Kipu. She is an animated cat skeleton that was just as loving as she was before her death. There's a tiny bell attached to the black bow around her neck, and it reflects the light as she cocks her head, tail switching back and forth. And she meows happily, the sound seeming to echo in the air around you, not quite attached to her. She, headbutts your leg a little bit, and after a few seconds, she's gone, sprinting under tables and leaping over legs. And you know that wasn't just a visit, that was a summons. We'll come back to you in a second. Dimble. You are brooding, as usual. I feel like this is a common activity for everybody, brooding. You are also brooding, and from where you are, you also hear the quiet jingling, and it's starting to get louder, and it's coming from around your feet.
So, I know from my experience here that Kipu is close, and I also know that means Kipu's master is close as well. So, kind of shaken by the events that have occurred, that have put me in this position. I know that someone wants to talk to me, a very certain person, and I don't even look up. I just kind of sit there with my ale, finish it off, and slam it back down on the table, and just kind of look up and say, "Where are you?
Okay.
Where do you want me?"
We'll come back to you in a second. Jade, the same thing. Jingle, 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 and it's starting to get louder.
Oh, hell. What now? Okay. I'm coming. And Jade will move to go where she knows to go.
Okay. Malcyra, you hear a very loud like Kipu just kind of screeches. You know when cats scream for attention? And she just sits right in front of you. and she's just staring at you.
Malcyra is gonna kind of push her hand out and just kind of like push her away. I'm like, ugh, I'm coming.
She trots behind you, almost directly on your heels. And now, from all of you in your varying positions, you are able to look up. Because this is usually where Kipu's owner is standing. And to no surprise, he does not disappoint. You look upwards and see Alec Grimm standing on the second floor, glaring down at the guild. He's physically imposing, even from so far above you. His neat salt and pepper hair and carefully trimmed beard don't do anything to soften his piercing stare. You meet his gaze, each and every one of you from your scattered positions in this tavern, and he roughly gestures for you to come to him, before disappearing into his office, his dark cloak fluttering behind him. Oh shit. So what we doing?
Oh, making my way.
Make him away.
Make him away.
Yep. Right to where I need to go. Quiet, clearly unhappy about it, but I know better than to not go when I'm summoned.
Okay. Is anybody not going? I should put it like that.
I'm going, but as I stand up, I cast Mage Hand and I make it invisible, and I have it just follow closely behind me in case I need something and decide that I want to escape, because at this point, I'm not sure why I'm going upstairs, but I could see the look on Grimm's face, and I'm not happy about it, and I don't necessarily trust what I'm getting into.
Okay.
Sorry. Youngmi is going, knowing Alec, she is going to like grab everything that she might need for a job, like her thieves' tools, etc. And also a like little bowl on her table or a jar. She has Kipu's cat treats there for like posterity's sake, and so she's going to also grab one of those and head over to Alec.
Okay. Kipu's treat jar is not a normal treat jar. It is a black vessel that's it's small enough to hold in your hand, but it's got some weight to it, like it was handcrafted. And it's made of this thick, almost like foggy glass that curves up to a thin sort of bottleneck. And then there's a silver cap on it. And inside there are faint lights dancing around and bouncing from wall to wall. So you're able to, are you just taking one, or are you taking the whole thing?
She would like, as she's gathering her thing, she would probably also cast Mage Hand to like reach out, grab one, and then like bring it back to her and like meet her at some point as she ascends.
Okay, so all right, and Malcyra, are you going as well?
Yeah, Malcyra's definitely like getting up slowly, and she kind of grabs her hand axe that's the other side and just kind of like plays with the sharp edge of it as she like slowly trudges over, and kind of looks like annoyed that she has to go somewhere.
All right. Young me, as you're coming up this stair, you all kind of stand up roughly around the same time, and would probably see each other making your way for the stairs, but this isn't uncommon. And there was a very personal glance directed at each of you, so you're kind of, it's more of you're concerned with yourselves at the moment. Young me, as you're headed for the stairs, you hear like a tiny little burp, like behind you. I can't make the cat noise, but when cats go like burp, and Kipu's like right behind you.
You're muted.
Sorry. I will lean down and give her head a little scritch as I also give the treat at the same time.
She rubs her head against your hand and purrs, and then you take the treat, and it's like a little blue swirl of just energy, like a wisp, and you hold it out to her, and she just kind of takes her jaw and closes it over your hand, and then it slowly, like, just slides away, and has taken the tree. And you actually see it kind of pass down into her a little bit before it, like, snuffs out. And she seems very pleased. You all make your way upstairs, to the office, and you shuffle within. And this is the first time you're able to take stock of each other. You've all seen each other before. Not all of you are necessarily the best of friends, but you've seen each other's faces around. And some of you have history. So, Alec is in here, and he leans on the edge of his desk, kind of like with his back against it, arms crossed. And his piercing crimson eyes regard each of you fiercely, with measured exhaustion, and with little mercy. So, I hired each and every one of you by hand. I chose you over others so that you could make a difference. I turned away people in need, and I turned away better soldiers. And he takes a deep sigh and pinches the bridge of his nose. You see something pass over his face. If you'd like to make an insight check, you can kind of look further into that, but you see a few emotions flicker over his face.
17.
Okay. Anybody else?
You said insight?
Insight.
12.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You're not looking
It's
into
12.
it? All right.
Okay.
That's so fair. Okay, so with a 12, it's definitely not a positive emotion. You're getting somewhere in the realm of annoyed and disappointed. Jade, Youngmi, you both get a little bit of a better read on that brief flicker. He's tired. He is tired of this, of multiple things. It seems like you're not the only ones in hot water. For whatever reason, there's also 3 other people in this room who seem to also be in some deep shit. And he is tired of it. And when he looks back up at you, you see that expression change into less of that hard, neutral, tough, sort of like teeth grit sort of emotion to a softer, almost resigned, and his shoulders kind of drop a little bit. I like you, all of you, and I'm not going to leverage your worth, but you enough is enough. I'm giving you one final chance. I have a job, and if you do it right, you'll stay. Decline or fail, and you resign from the guild and its luxuries. And he leans back further so he can kind of like get his arm over his desk, and he opens up one of his drawers and fumbles through it a little bit until he pulls out a letter. And it's opened, but you still see that there's a wax seal affixed to one edge. And he hands it out to first Youngmi, and it's going to just make its way around, and I'm going to read it for you. A good friend of mine needs help. And if you let him down, and he lets the rest of that sentence linger in the air. Here is the letter. Dear Alec, it's time I called in that favor you owe me. You know I wouldn't ask unless it was dire. Westham may be a shithole, but it's a shithole in need of your assistance, and I'm tired of you not answering my letters. Last week alone, there were 4 disappearances. Cam, the baker's boy, Charlotte, the herbalist, Yosef, the farmer, and Fiona, the old seamstress's granddaughter. The week prior, the townsfolk claimed that they saw demons running about. Among these instances, more troubling and peculiar events are continuing to pile up. The people are losing hope, Alec. Marin is new. It needs hope. Without it, we'll crumble, and Furia will be able to storm our borders. They need help that I alone cannot give them, and that they deserve. I ask that you send whatever help you can spare. I will meet anyone you send at the Cauldron Tavern and Inn in town. With the hand's help, I believe that we can cure Westham of whatever's ailing it. My only hope is that your adventurers get here in time. These events are pervasive, and without immediate attention, this village may just be wiped off the map. I hope that my father's inheritance will be enough to cover the fees, if you choose to charge, if we're not that close anymore. If not, we can discuss other arrangements. I refuse to turn a blind eye to the suffering here, even if you seem intent on doing so. Best regards, Henry. And that letter makes its way between each of you. You read it, and you can kind of pass it along to the next person. And now, Grim is kind of back to that sort of neutral expression, crosses his arms again. So, who accepts?
Westham. We're Westham?
Yes.
Young me will kind of like take a deep breath in and like just really audibly exhale, like shit. It's just like, yeah, fine. Westham is fine.
Doesn't sound like we have a choice, so yeah.
And you
Dimble
two?
was kind of, yeah. While reading the letter, Dimble never felt a lot of connection to the hand itself. His connection was mostly to Mira, but he's determined to get back and figure out what did happen, and he thinks he'll need the hand's help for that. So he's not too worried about going to Westham. He spent a lot of time in similar areas, investigating and doing the work that he's done for the hand. So he looks up and, without really saying a word, just kind of nods and looks back down.
Right. And Grim's eyes slide over to you, Malcyra.
Yeah, I guess I'll join. If I have to.
I mean, it's either that or the streets.
It's fun enough here. I'll stay.
Good. And he takes the letter back, folds it, and he places it into a rather nice envelope to kind of help protect it a little better. And then he hands it to Young Me and goes, keep it safe. And his gaze kind of turns back to all of you. Prove to me that I was right to bring you in. I arranged a transport to take you to Westham. You should be there in 3 days. And then there's a little bit of jingling by the door. And there's just a white blur that zips between sort of all of you and leaps through the air. And suddenly Alec is cradling an armful of Skellicat. And Kipu immediately starts purring and kind of like tucking her head into his arms. And you see one of his rare, very strained smiles. And then he looks up at you and the smile immediately vanishes. And he goes, just get your stuff. Be safe. Try not to get yourselves killed. And he gestures to the door.
Malcyra will leave to go grab her stuff and says, "Haven't died yet, old man. Don't plan to die anytime soon."
You hear the deep sigh that you are very good at summoning from him.
Jade will immediately slink out,
Okay.
disappearing into the shadows to grab her things.
Right.
Dimble does the same, still keeping the invisible mage hand close by as he turns his back and leaves the room.
Okay.
Young Me has her arms folded and is leaning against whatever's closest, wall, nondescript piece of furniture. And she waits for everybody to leave and the door closes. And she just goes, Alec, it wasn't personal.
I'm sure it wasn't, but I can't take the risk.
You know that just because I know doesn't mean that that information is going to get out.
Young me, I cannot take the risk. You should know about that better than anyone.
I guess if you need me out to make up your mind about things, that's fine. But it doesn't change that I have the information, and it doesn't change the fact that you will not get it back. So I hope that we can move on from things.
Come back
I'll
from
meet the others
this.
downstairs.
Okay. He said before you leave, he says, come back from this alive and we'll see. And then you're able to make your way downstairs. You're all able to gather your things relatively easily. Everybody is provided a bed. Not necessarily a room, but a bed. There are larger, more communal dormitories, as well as smaller rooms with like 2 to 4 beds in them. Not everybody who operates under the Hand's influence lives here, but they're still offered shelter all the same, as well as places to store your things. You're able to gather up and head outside of the guild to meet the arranged transport. There is a stout kind of kind of man waiting outside, and as soon as he sees you, he throws his hands up and he says, "Finally! I've been waiting! Stressed out old Betsy here." And he pats, there's a horse, beautiful brown coat, who kind of snorts in agreement as he strokes the side of her face. And next to her is a deeper black horse who looks significantly older, and he's got white clumps of hair kind of drifting down his hooves. And he kind of stamps a little bit and goes, "These horses are delicate creatures. You cannot keep them waiting. Get in the wagon." And as he says that, the front door to the Hand opens slowly outwards on its own, and Alex strolls out, Kipu in his arms, and strikes up a conversation with this man, as you're able to. So we get to establish now who wants to drive.
What's everybody's animal handling?
I know. I was like,
Oh boy.
I only have a +1, but
You really don't want me to do that.
Let me. Okay, so young me, upon hearing that one of the horses is stressed out, will just wordlessly go up and kind of like slowly, in a how to raise your dragon type way, like go to like touch the snout of Betsy.
Okay.
To like calm her down. And I can roll an animal handling.
I would love it if you could do that for me.
Okay, an 18.
Oh, okay. 18's pretty good. I'm gonna have a fruit snack, because I have spooky fruit snacks.
yum yum yum.
Okay, so with an 18, you slowly reach out your hands to Betsy's face, and there is a tense moment of horse Fumiho eye contact, before your hand makes contact on her snout, and she allows you to pet her.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
She's
think the
just silently
giant
petting her.
cat. I don't think the giant cat should go calm down the horses with its just, a gut instinct.
So, somebody has to drive.
The wagon is like the driver's seat just in the front, and then there's like an actual cab to the wagon in the back, or how are people situated in the wagon?
It's more of like a cargo transport wagon, so there is a bench on the front, where the drivers would sit, and there's room for multiple people to sit up there, where the two horses are kind of girdled. I don't know horse words. They're attached to the cart. And then there's just the open back, and there is kind of situated against the wall of the wagon, there's like a bundle of like sticks and cloth, and so you can infer you would be able to turn this into a covered wagon if you wanted to, but at the moment it's currently uncovered. It's just there's this bench that can seat about maybe 2 people, and then the open back of the wagon.
Dimble looks around at everyone and thinking that maybe the sitting in the front of the wagon driving is the spot where he'll have to interact with everyone the least amount. Says, I'm willing to drive if no one else is.
Jade wordlessly jumps in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, Youngmi also just like tosses her bag to the front and just like hops in.
Wait, into the front or the back?
Into the back. I don't know what I said, but I meant the back.
Is there room up near the like Malcyra doesn't want to drive, but she does want to be like near the front like area of it. Like, is there room for her to just like slide up there?
You could sit in the back, but like up against where the bench is. So like technically, you wouldn't have to sit literally back to back with Dimble, but it would be like back to back, like that's where that is. Or you could sit on the actual bench.
Sit on the actual bench.
Okay. So Dimble, the wagon dips slightly as Malcyra comes to sit next to you. And all right, Dimble, can you do me an animal handling check?
Absolutely.
Actually, Dimble's animal handling is like a +20, so.
Absolutely not. And I got a 7.
Oh.
All right.
TPK by horses, 5 minutes in.
Okay, so how are you going about horse interactions right now?
Well,
yeah.
So being smaller in stature, I'm not really able to hold the reins very well, so I kind of was kicking back on the bench and holding the reins with my mage hand out in front of me.
Okay.
So if a horse is going to actually want to pull on that, it's probably not going to hold on very hard.
Yeah. Okay, so you there is a sort of snort of protest from in front of you, and Betsy she trots forward a little bit and then stops, and Jade and Youngmi, you both get jolted a little bit as Betsy starts throwing a little bit of a fit.
Youngmi will do her best to. I'm sorry, I looked at chat at the worst moment. And she's going to quickly try to like grab onto the rein as best as she can, just to like stop them from just like shooting off into the wilderness, because that would be very bad.
Okay. The horses seem, although they're stomping and kind of tossing their heads a little bit, they are staying still, so progress. Dimble, roll me another animal handling with advantage.
Faces.
I know, it's like
Well-
I'm very nervous.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you said with advantage because my first one was a 1. 15.
Okay.
Imagine.
You kind of, now that the horses are starting to calm down, you readjust on the reins and give a more gentle tap. And they both start slowly trotting forward. And it's like, yeah, we did it! We located the gas pedal.
Yes, fiddle.
We understand horses.
I am so proud. The stout gentleman who is the procurer of the horses and wagon kind of looks up and goes, there you go. All right, bring them back to me safe. If anything happens to my precious, precious children, it will be your head. And it's kind of hard to take him seriously because he kind of like does this all the time when he talks. And Alec gives him a hearty clap on the shoulder and just gives you a salute. And for once, his gaze actually looks kind of encouraging. And with that, you start traveling out into the roads of Strakberg. You head through the steel quarter, where it's a little bit narrow. It's kind of hard to get some of the wagons through, but then you're able to break onto the main road. You catch the just shimmering whispers of music drifting down from the pristine marble archway that's still being constructed. You hear the sound of singing and dancing, and you smell fresh baked goods drifting down from the market. But you're heading out of Strakberg, and this is all what you are leaving behind. You exit the city bounds rather quickly, and the surrounding land is an immediate different story, where Strakberg seems rooted, firm. Although new, it seems almost permanent. The farmlands out here look like they would collapse if you so much as breathed on them. Marin is still very much in development, and as soon as you exit the major cities, it shows. You pass out of the surrounding farmlands where some small children who've been running around their families' fields kind of peek out of the little plants to watch you go. And soon enough, you're down the road and heading into the forest. Now, this is going to be about 3 days of travel, and DM to player honesty, I didn't put anything here. So, if you would like to talk to each other, I will, that's completely fine, but otherwise we're gonna kind of do a time skip.
Jade doesn't really talk to people, so she will have been noticeably quiet. Nothing to give.
Understandable.
Sitting up front with Malcyra, Dimble recognizes everyone, but his only real focus while being at the hand was Mira, and he's heard some rumors about some of the other characters that we have, some of the other party members, but he doesn't really know much about Malcyra, so he's just kind of sitting there and makes a feeble attempt to start a conversation, seeing that Malcyra seems like they're a bit more social, and just says, "So it seemed like we were all in trouble. What did you do to make Alec mad?"
Well, I think he's technically a little bit intimidated. I just did a job, but did it better than originally planned.
What a way to spin that. Ah.
How about you?
And he just puts his head back down, almost regretting trying to start a conversation. And he's like, I don't know. I went out to solve a case with my friend, and most people probably knew who Mira was, maybe not me, but knew who Mira was as my superior. So I went out to solve a case. There's some demonic possessions up north. It was something standard for us, and I woke up and I was walking back through the front doors of the hand, and I don't remember a thing, and Mira's not there, and he just kind of trails off and looks back down.
Malcyra, you know Mira. Because everybody knew Mira.
Mm-hmm.
They were probably a paragon of what the guild was meant to achieve. A fellow mercenary hand for hire, someone who knows their shit and does it well. When they fell, it was one of those things that shook everyone, even the most stoic. And Dimble is probably lesser known, probably operating more in their shadow. but you've definitely seen Dimble around Mira.
Okay. So, did you just blacked out and didn't see anything?
Dimble just gives a shrug and says, I, I, I don't understand it.
That's weird. I mean, I've done the blackout thing, but I woke up and I knew exactly what had happened. It turns out when you see blood and then you're the one covered in blood and your weapons are the ones covered in blood, you kind of piece it together a bit. You didn't have anything like that?
No, nothing. Part of me still thinks that Mira's out there. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. But Alec thinks I killed her.
I mean, it is weird that she wouldn't show up. I mean, it was kind of her home here. It doesn't look good for you. Look, I'm not here to judge you, but it doesn't look great.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. And then he just kind of turns away a little bit.
And Malcyra kind of just like throws her arms like back and kind of like leans back. She goes, "It's just weird to disappear. I mean, looking at you, I really don't think you could have taken her out anyways, but just weird situation." Just kind of like fades off as she's
ignoring the immediate darkness that was just cast over the entire wagon as shade was thrown. Youngmi is kind of going to be looking and like around at everybody to sort of like parse through like kind of what their emotions are at the time. Especially with her passive perception of being 21. She probably is going to be able to clock what they are. Like, Dimble clearly doesn't really want to talk about this. She already is familiar with Jade, so she's like, all right, Jade is gonna just not say anything because she won't say anything. The only one that would probably be a wild card for Youngmi is Malcyra, just because of the fact that she is new. She has never talked to her before now, and she won't show it, but there's this growing like, all right, this kid's spunk is pretty nice to be around. And it's just going to like especially like kind of like glancing between everybody as stealthily as she can, but like especially focusing in a little bit more on Jade.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to have some hilarious interactions? Or can I hit the time warp?
Let's do the time warp.
All
Dimble
right.
needs a few days to sulk.
Yeah.
you need to recover.
We'll give you some time.
Gotta ice the burn for a while.
That was incredible. Okay, so you were warned that this travel would take about 3 days, so we're kind of do a vignette of that. So after that conversation, Dimble, you have plenty of time to think in silence about that and take that in. This job is probably especially harrowing for you because in the letter, this Henry person specifically stated that the townsfolk are supposedly seeing demons afoot. And I imagine that would weigh heavily on you. Malcyra, it is kind of awkward to have Dimble sulking next to you the whole time, but also probably fun for you a little bit. But there is some really nice views, and it's very quiet. And being new and kind of, I guess, a solo operator, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like, group jobs can be nice when everybody doesn't talk to you. Jade, you know, talking's not your thing. So this is like probably very ideal as well. And Young me, you're getting the vibe of this is something everybody's sort of agreeing on. We're getting in and we're getting out. The 3 days pass rather without events. The most notable thing being just the way the landscape changes and blends. You pass through forest, hills, meadows. Marin is gorgeous. And it's probably one of the reasons that it is bustling as it is. Just that so people are so excited to get somewhere where hope seems to grow right out of the ground. And you're able to at the end of each day set up camp with a reasonable amount of shelter and take watch rather easily, but there's nothing really of event. And it is on the dawn of the 4th day, so it takes 3 full days to travel. On the dawn of the 4th day, you arrive. The sky is a dim blue streaked with radiant gold, and if the village's reputation hadn't preceded it, you'd almost be tricked into believing that it was beautiful. Almost. The transformation of Marin hasn't quite reached this blip on the map yet, but you're not sure if it ever will. Westham sits on a hill, so as your wagon pulls in, more and more of the village is revealed to you as it slopes down and then back up. The buildings here are crooked, as if a child molded them from clay. The roads are closer to mud than dirt, and the smell of manure clings to the breeze. As you approach, the main road, would go this way, where you're at, and you see it take a hard left away from Westham. But you can see where the old road used to be, cutting straight through the center of the village and the thick woods that surround the place. There is, adjacent to this main thoroughfare, a sort of main avenue down the center, which is a muddy slop of a road. The forest seems to climb uphill, and I need everybody to do me a perception check, please.
$19.
Okay.
17.
All right.
Also 17.
25.
We all have eyes that work. I love it. So, you also catch. So there's forest that sort of surrounds Westham, not directly on the borders, like at the back of the buildings, but more far out. And as the trees curve backwards towards the farther end of town, because this is really such a small place. You see the beginnings of a forest, and above the tree line, you catch spires. Like there's something out there in the trees, and you see it poking up above the tree line. Now, directly ahead of you, you can see the green and golden reaches of a field swaying and rustling. There are farmlands sort of in the center along the main road and creeping backwards towards the tree line. Several shoddy little buildings, but one larger one, and then smaller ones kind of scattered throughout the fields. You see corn, you see squash, you see wheat, pretty much every crop you could think of. We are in October in terms of time, so it is a bit cooler out, even in the dawn. And you, Dimble, you guide the wagon down the main thoroughfare, and it's kind of gross. There's like the constant squish of the horses' hooves coming in and out of the mud, and you bring the wagon to a stop in front of the Cauldron Tavern and Inn, where you were designated to go. Now, this building looks as if its second half was constructed as an afterthought. The wooden addition on the second floor seems to lean in a very concerning manner. Even the sign reflects it. The words "and inn" are painted messily on a board and then hammered to the original hanging sign, which is faded and creaks as it sways in the wind. Congratulations, you made it to the shithole.
Thank goodness we made it.
The minute that Jade can, she'll just leap out of the wagon, just
Okay,
ready to go.
squelch as you land in the mud.
She'll kind of like at the mud a little bit, just like hiss.
Okay. Yeah, so there's nobody around. Like, it's very early morning hours. You don't really see anybody about outside. Yeah, so what's everybody else doing?
I see Jade jump out and like I hear the squelching sound and I like hear her hiss and I kind of laugh to myself and I do say this audibly out loud though. I say, "Oh, you think this is bad? You should try growing up in a cave."
Okay.
Malcyra hears that and looks at you and goes, "You're a weird one."
I look back up at her and I say, "Well, I did grow up in a cave, and I'll tell you what, the mud in there is a lot worse than here."
Perfect.
Young Me is going to also leap down and she's gonna go, cool. Like very like trying to move past this like dismissively.
I can't.
And she's just gonna go. She's gonna take out the letter and kind of peruse it again to see if there's like any indication of where we should go. She remembers that it's from a person named Henry,
Yes.
but she isn't quite sure if there's like any more specifics within the letter
So,
that will kind
looking-
of clue.
Scanning through the letter again, it does say that this Henry person says he will meet anyone that Grimm sent at the Cauldron, which is the building you're currently in front of.
Okay, and she
Jade's
heads back.
walking. Yeah.
Okay. Are we all going in?
Yeah.
Yeah, Malcyra will hop down into the mud and just kind of like shake her boot off, kind of, as she keeps stepping, and then follow everyone in.
Okay. You push the door open and it creaks almost angrily. The inside of this building is dead empty. There are tables and chairs are placed in a way that indicates use as early as maybe the night before, but there's it's a ghost town in here. There's a smell, like a faint smell of food, maybe, and there is a bar kind of up against the wall near the door. It's a bar. You can certainly sit at it, and there is liquor available, but as for the quality, ooh boy.
Young Me will cast
Yes.
on everybody's shoes to clean them from the
Oh.
mud.
Okay.
What time would you say it is? Like,
We are approaching probably like, I don't know when the sun rises. Let's say like 7:45-ish.
okay, so it's like early in the morning, so it kind of makes sense that there's not like a ton of people in here right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like weird. Okay.
Mhm.
It looks completely empty, and you hear is sort of like something like dragging against wood coming from, there's like appears to be a room behind the bar, and you hear it back there.
Hello.
Malcyra hears that, she'll say, "Hello."
Yeah, so will Jade.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hey.
You hear, go away.
We're supposed to meet someone here, so maybe you missed the memo, but we're probably not gonna leave.
Oh.
Where's...
You hear frantic footsteps.
Are you Henry? Jade will ask the minute that, like, the person emerges.
Okay, the person emerges. She is 4'8", 4'9", maybe. Actually, you know what? No, she's a little taller than that. She's like 5'3".
Oh, queen.
Yes, we love her. She's fun sized. She has this mop of mousy brown hair that seems eternally frizzy, very unwashed, and very impossible to untangle. Her dress is a patchwork of black, red, brown, white, gray, all just sewn together. Like, it looks like every time any sort of damage happened to this dress, she just sewed a piece of fabric over it, so it's kind of like a walking quilt. And she's got a shawl made of wool, like, kind of tucked over that. And then there's another, over all of that, she has on a stained white apron. She looks young, almost like young and old at the same time. It's not so much that she's aged, more as it looks like something like just life has just kind of sucked the vitality out of her. And there's a sort of a mischievous twinkle in her eye. And she stumbles forward out of this room, looks around, and Jade, go ahead and ask her your question.
So you're
Are you Henry?
Do I look like a Henry?
Could
I'm
be.
not here to judge.
No, not. Your fancy lad's upstairs. You want me to get him?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Perfect. And then she turns on her heel, and then turns back, and leans her elbows on the bar. Are you hungry by chance? Or thirsty?
Young me will float over with mage hands like a little satchel of money and be like, I will pay you to not offer us food.
And I will take it. And she takes the pouch, opens it, like, she takes the pouch, and she opens it. And she just kind of...
Probably like 20 silver pieces in that or
Okay.
something.
So just go ahead and mark that you're handing that over. Feels like enough. Smells like enough. Perfect. And she takes it and clips it onto, like, she's like a little thin, cheap belt, and she clips it there. She goes, all right, well, I'll go get your boy. And she, kind of almost skips over to, there's like a set of rickety-looking stairs at the back, and she twirls and heads up the stairs, and you hear above you her footsteps. And this is very loud. You all hear this, okay? So it gets quiet downstairs. You hear the footsteps, and you hear a door slamming, and you hear her shrill voice from coming through the floor where it's like, get up! Your friends are here! Your friends are here! Get up! And, you can't hear, like, any response to that, but you hear more footsteps, and then they approach the stairs, and she's coming back around, and she's got, this poor man in a death grip by his bicep, dragging him down the stairs. He looks half asleep, barely even awake. He's got this, a neatly pressed white shirt, pressed slacks, and over top of that, a green vest that is embroidered with like golden larks and branches. His skin is a lovely warm brown, and he's got this long coiled like blonde hair that's pulled back into a ponytail at the base of his neck with a shiny green ribbon that matches the vest, and a pair of round spectacles are currently like skewed on his nose, and that's an immediate loud indicator of wealth if the vest wasn't enough. His clothes almost seem out of place. He has like spare armor around that doesn't seem to fit, but it's even worse against the poor backdrop you're in. And he's like, ow, 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 Hilda, Hilda! And as she gets down to the main floor and she kind of throws him forward, she goes, and there he is! If you need anything, I have been Hilda. Don't ask. And she skips behind the bar, and she sits on a little stool that's there, folds her elbows on there, and just sits like this. And I would just, you can't see it, but I want you to know she's kicking her legs.
As a 5'2" person does.
Yes. And now in front of you is this gentleman who's currently cleaning his glasses and kind of like adjusting his appearance.
So we're here.
Oh, you must, okay, my apologies for looking as unkempt as I do. I am Henry, and he extends a hand to each of you to shake,
Jade doesn't shake. She just nods, curtly.
Malcyra looks at his hand, grabs her hand axe and flips it, and she goes, oops. Hands full.
Dimble shakes his head and kind of walks over and reaches up and shakes his hand.
He gives you a firm handshake. He almost seems to sigh in relief. And then, young me, he turns to you.
Yeah. She's just going to like nod upwards, and as she does that, silently Mage Hand is gonna come around, but because it's invisible, he'll just like all of a sudden feel like this entity holding his hand. And he's just gonna be like, oh, okay. And she's just gonna be like there with like this smug smile and like almost like maliciously mischievous glint in her eye.
He certainly jumps and then adjusts his glasses again, like, oh, neat trick. And kind of shakes his hand out a little bit. It's wonderful to meet all of you. I cannot thank you enough for traveling out here, but I assure you, it is the right thing to do. We have much to discuss, but first let's settle your lodgings. I will personally cover your room and board. And then he turns to Hilda. Can you accommodate these fine folk, or is it going to be another fight? And Hilda stretches. We haven't had tenants in years, city boy. I could accommodate anyone. You've got horses. Go outside to the stable boy. He'll get you sorted. And she slides a slip of paper across the bar before she gets up and walks into that back room and disappears. Yeah, so there's that scrap of paper sitting on the bar, and then Henry's just kind of like watching her go with this annoyed expression on his face.
Jade will swipe up the paper.
Okay.
And look at it.
On it is this, it's a crudely made ticket. It says horse ticket on it with a drawing of like something that it suggests horse. It's not even like horse if you squint, it suggests it. And it just says give to stable boy, and there's a little smiley face.
Jade will jut it out towards Dimble.
Dimble reaches up and snags it, looks at it, and says, all right, I'll go take care of the horses, I guess, and starts walking out the door.
They seem to like you, so...
As you're heading for the door, you hear from the back room, stables to the right. But Hilda doesn't come back out. And you, Dimble, you pass outside of the cauldron and to the right, and the stable is there. It's kind of sandwiched between the cauldron and another building that looks like a house, but like split into 2 stories so 2 families could live in it. And it's just like there's a fence. There's absolutely no horses in here. And there's a wiry young man with his back kind of up against the cauldron's wall, and he's sleeping, and his like hat's kind of dipped low over his face.
Okay. I walk up to him and I tap his shoulder with my mage hand because I'm too short.
Kind of like, but he doesn't wake.
I tap him a little bit harder with the mage hand. Take a deep breath, and I slap him across the face with the mage hand.
Nice.
He
I was hoping we would go there.
He.
Down here.
Oh. Hi. Ticket.
I say, oh, this, and I hand him the ticket that we got.
Sorry. I'm Samuel. Hi. Yeah. And he shoves it in his pocket. And he turns around and he like mutters something to himself. Like he looks like he's like, you see him counting on his fingers. He turns around and he goes, I'll horse. And he goes over to the cart. And Samuel gets to do a thing.
Oh no.
Okay.
Samuel messes with my horses.
Oh no.
Samuel walks up. These are beautiful steeds. The yours?
No, they belong to the guild.
Ah, it's a shame. And he, with no fear, just places his hand on like Betsy's head and gives her like a gentle slap. And she kind of tucks her head into him a little bit, like almost like a horse hug. And he laughs a little bit and starts like undoing the horses. And it takes a little bit, but he chains your wagon to a nearby pole within the bounds of like the stable boundaries here, and then leads the horses into their own separate stalls. And after he comes back, he gives you the ticket back, and he goes, "Okay, and now hold on to it, and then when it's time to horse, and yeah,
Dimble pockets the ticket and is visibly very frustrated because this person doesn't seem to know exactly what's going on. He doesn't totally trust their system for depositing and retrieving horses.
Okay, so yeah, you have acquired horse ticket, and you're able to return inside. Everybody else, Dimble's gone for maybe 10 minutes tops, and Henry, after Dimble leaves, Henry kind of just murmurs like, "We'll just wait for him to return. I didn't think this through."
Malcyra kind of like leans against like a wall and looks at him and goes, "So, what's a fancy pants like you doing in a place like this?"
Yeah, you're one of those rich boys, aren't you?
I wouldn't say all that. Certainly
You're trying to dress like that.
Oh, and he looks down at his clothing. Well, um, to answer your first question, I make it a personal point to seek out areas in need, and Marin has plenty now that it's trying to get on its feet. So I heard about Westham and how nobody wants to help. I came by for a visit just to see if they were under bad luck, but something's happening here, and I'm not leaving till I get to the bottom of it. And
So you're one of those savior types.
oh no, this isn't about me. I just want to help others. That's all.
I mean, I feel like if you're going to all these places and you've done this before, maybe you would do a bit yourself. Why do you need us?
Well, if it wasn't apparent by the everything about me, I am not so great in scenarios involving hand-to-hand or physical strength and prowess. I'm more of an intellectual type, and
The money type.
I'm a man of scholarly pursuits more so than physical ones. So
You might want to work on that.
Yeah.
it's
I
it's
mean,
on the
it's-
list.
It's pretty obvious based on the whole armor situation, and she's going to use Mage Hand to like adjust it so it fits better.
He kind of like jumps with this very squeaky yelp, and then looks at you with wide eyes and thank you.
No problem. I won't charge you this time.
Okay. And as that is set, Hilda kind of like comes slamming out of this back room. This back room does not have a door, it's just an open doorway. But she slams into both sides of the door frame as she comes out. And there's just an aggressive jingling, and she holds up her fingers, and there's a key, like a key on a key ring on her finger. She goes, "I've got rooms! Who wants to bunk together?"
Together.
I mean, you could bunk on your own and have a nice, luxurious bath all to yourself, but it will cost
Yep,
extra.
that one. I'll take that one.
Henry kind of like looks up a little bit. Yes, and of course, anything Of course.
Malcyra kind of gives him a smile, like, "Oh, I know."
He is sweating visibly.
Has Dimble come back inside yet?
Dimble, yeah, you would probably come back inside just as she's coming out with the keys. So you would hear the "it's more expensive" bit.
He kind of looks up and says, "Well, I prefer to be alone as well."
Certainly, yes. And you two? And he looks at young me and Jade.
I mean, she'll like glance and like turn towards Jade and be like, I mean, to prevent this poor man from sweating um further, I would not mind if we end up bucking together, although that's not preferable.
Apparently, he's not as rich as he looks, so we might as well.
Okay, so the two of you are gonna share a room, and then we have Malcyra and Dimble on their own. All right.
Yeah.
So, Hilda does this little happy squeak and
Really?
starts passing out keys. So she passes the key for Jade and Youngmi to Jade. Malcyra, you get a key. Dimble, you get a key. And then she skips back behind the bar into that back room, and there's more crashing. And then she puts the keys away and comes back, and she kind of does like the casual lean on the door frame, like, so, if you're staying, I hope everything goes well. It seems like you have quite the task ahead of you.
Can I just do a quick like insight as to like what this girl's vibe is?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
now Youngmi is being like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
me too, please.
Absolutely.
Mm,
28.
22. Oh.
22,
22.
28. Okay. Anybody else?
Dimble's a little more interested in Henry and Henry's relationship to Alec Grimm.
Okay.
And is just kind of confused of like why such a seemingly noble, wealthy person would be so interested in Westham.
Okay. So, all right. So we'll come back to that then. So for the insight against Hilda, her vibe is chaos. She just seems to thrive off of causing problems on purpose. And so she just looks like she's having the time of her life right now.
Cool.
Great.
Okay, so circling back around to Henry, Dimble, are you like assessing him, or are you gonna ask him?
I'm more assessing him.
Okay, so go ahead and do me an insight check, please.
Not natural 20.
Okay. Henry, very obviously noble or noble adjacent, definitely somebody of affluence, definitely somebody of privilege. But something about the way he carries himself suggests that there's more to him that you're just quite haven't seen yet. He seems very measured, very calm, very determined as well. And you don't quite know why somebody whose first instinct was to admit that he is not physically talented at all, why someone like that would have any relationship to Grimm, who is probably the exact opposite in terms of capability. But you can assess he doesn't. He gives you the vibe that he might be useful.
I would like to just walk up to him and ask him, so, how'd you get involved with the Hand? How'd you get involved with Alec Grimm?
Oh, Grimm is a longtime friend. Yeah, he fought alongside my father, and then we got to know each other, and I don't know, I was just always kind of there as he built up the guild.
Jade is gonna turn to young me and say, do you have, any information on this guy?
Young
Hey
me.
DM, do I have any information on this guy?
You have never seen his face, and
Mhm.
you don't recall this story.
Um, does it seem like she would have been around at the time that he's talking about?
Uh, yeah, you would have been around for sure.
Um, Youngmi's gonna kind of squint, lean over, and go, "Can I just quickly see if he's lying about that, though?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll
Like, can I
insight.
infer?"
Roll insight.
A
Yeah.
21.
Okay. All right. It's the high rolls for me. Um, he seems to be truthful
Hmm.
in what he has said.
I don't know what he's talking about, but he doesn't seem to be lying.
Okay.
Were you
Um,
two talking loud enough for us to hear, or for like me to hear something
Um,
I will
that's
see
up
what
to
Jade says.
you. Jade will have been trying to be discreet, and she's pretty good at that, but
Dimble, roll me perception.
Yeah, Youngmi would have matched the energy that Jade would have come in with.
13.
Okay, you would have probably seen them leaning into each other, but you can't really tell they're talking, let alone what they said. There's some communication is happening over there. You're just not sure what nature. Yes. So you have Henry in front of you. Hilda has gone off to. She's sitting behind the bar, just kind of legs kicking again. And you're all back together in this bottom floor.
we've got our rooms, Henry, so talk.
Right. I confess I'm not quite certain where to start. There's a lot, and of course I assume you have questions based on the letter. Um, let's start with what I do have. And he gestures over at one of the rickety looking tables, and seeing that there are not enough chairs at the table, begins to go and try and find like the least you literally see him like pushing down on the chairs to find the least wobbly ones. And he's started to wander looking for them. It seems like all of them are kind of wobbly. But there are 3 chairs currently at the table.
Don't worry, Henry, I don't want to sit.
Right.
Malcyra kind of just sits on the edge of the table.
The table kind of like just a little bit. He comes back a little embarrassed. Right. Well, from what I have gathered, I've already interviewed families and those connected to those who have vanished. Cam, who is the baker's boy, his parents said that he went out for sweets and he never came back. Charlotte, the herbalist, had vanished without a note, but her belongings were also missing. Yosef went outside for some late night crop work and never returned as well. And it's not like him to leave. That was from his wife. And Fiona, according to her grandmother, disappeared from her bed in the middle of the night. And now it seems like any suspected evil, which some are crying demons, some are just confused, it occurs during the night. I can, and he's like thumbing through this little notebook. I wrote down as much as I could from each interview. If you have any more specific questions.
Where would you propose we start tonight?
Well, if you're waiting for the night, there have been the most complaints have come from the farms, which is where Yosef was last seen. Um, there is also the apothecary. Charlotte's sister, Violet, is taking over in her stead until her sister returns. So you may be able to speak to her as well. Although I imagine you could do that during the day. We don't see many people come through these parts. Um, the bakers are over in the shopping quarter, which you would know as you were coming in. There's this main road where everything kind of curves back to the forest, but there's also a small wing of like a cluster of like buildings over just to the side of the road, and that's what he's referring to. I suppose you could get anything that you were looking for, day or night. I do recommend, if you're going to look after Fiona, who's the seamstress's granddaughter, that you go during the day. She's getting quite frail, and she's been in a state. It might be easier to talk to her during the daylight hours.
What time of day is it again?
By now it's probably like 8 a.m. pushing 9.
And he said that people were disappearing at night, right?
Yes, it seems like the people who are disappearing, he's noted a pattern of these things happening at night.
Dimble just kind of looks around and says, "Well, I'm gonna go talk to the seamstress about Fiona. Anyone want to come with me?"
I'll go with you.
Okay. Jade and Young Me, what are we doing?
Yeah, Young Me will probably be like, I could split up and go to the apothecary.
I'll go with you.
Okay.
All right, then. Meet here noon-ish with whatever we discover.
Best not to stay apart for too long.
No.
I agree.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. We're gonna follow Young Me and Jade first. So the apothecary is, you do not know this town very well. But Henry is able to give you directions, and Malcyra and Dimble, you also receive directions. So you were told to head down the main thoroughfare just before the edge of the woods, and as you do so, you get a better on-the-ground view of the village as you're walking through. You pass by residential buildings, all constructed in the same sort of haphazard form as the cauldron is. Some bigger than others, some very slim with only a single window to look out of. Everything here seems to be like, if most everything wasn't outside, it would probably be covered in a layer of dust. And you pass by where the buildings end, and two smaller buildings stand on their own. One, a small house, but dilapidated and tiny, almost a shack even. And there are some like scattered flowers growing outside of it, but they seem to be starting to die. Next door to that is what you presume to be the apothecary because of the giant sign on the outside. It is a nicer looking 2-story building it's probably one of the only buildings you've seen so far that's actually been painted. It's a like deep red among the wooden supports on the outside, and then there's also a second floor that looks better constructed than any of the other buildings. There's a neat sort of stone path leading up to the front door with scattered flowers around the outside and other plants and lattice work where vines are creeping out the outside. The apothecary.
Jade will try the door, see if it's locked or unlocked.
It is unlocked.
I guess we go right in.
After you.
Jade goes in without knocking.
Okay. The door does not creak. It swings smoothly on its hinge, and you enter in to the apothecary. So this the first thing you catch, there's a small, almost like a, I don't know, like a, 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 like register, like a checkout counter at the very front, but obviously no registers. There's just small, like, various boxes and things on this, and right behind that there is a spiral staircase heading up onto the second floor. Looking at this is kind of in this little nook right by the door, and then the rest of the shop opens up out this way. So looking at the rest of the shop, it's shelves and shelves and shelves and shelves and shelves and shelves. And there are plants hanging from the ceiling. There are tables with bottles on them. It's just kind of crammed full of stuff. And there is another staircase, this one bigger and of a more traditional build, at the back that also looks like it's heading upwards. As you push your way in, there is a slight jingle of a bell that's attached to the door. And you hear, "Coming!" And footsteps running from upstairs, and descending down the stairs is Violet. She is rather tall, wearing a lavender skirt that kind of billows behind her as she runs. She has a short bob that's cut rather choppily around her ears and curls down around her face. She's got a wonderful, lovely round face and these beautiful wide eyes. And as she's running, you know this, because as she's running down the stairs, she trips, slams down, and slides down the rest of the stairs. You see that beautiful face looking up at you, sort of dazed. And she goes, "Hi, welcome." Ow.
Jade will meet her and offer help to stand.
She takes your hand and stands. "Hi, welcome."
Jade immediately, like, recedes from her personal space.
I'm Violet. This is the apothecary. Can I help you find something?
We're assisting. Actually, rewind. Yeah, Youngmi will go. We're just we just are passing through town on an adventure, and we stopped by the tavern and heard something about missing people. Is there anything that we should be worried about?
Yes. Well, I'd hope you'd be worried because my sister's one of the missing. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all right.
Jade, like, feigns shock.
She
That's
looks.
horrible.
I know.
I'm so sorry.
Thank
Oh
you.
no.
What?
She's
What
got-
happened?
Well, Charlotte is the type where she loves to go on these little expeditions to find plants to sell. I don't really do all this. That's more her department. And usually she leaves a note. And she won't be gone more than a week. And it's been a few days and there's no note. And she didn't take her usual stuff. She didn't pack for a trip. She's just gone.
It is unusual.
Mm.
She acting strange before that?
No. I don't think so. And we're close. You know, so I just can't see her leaving without telling me.
It is quite terrible.
Yeah. It's all going over her head.
Well, that's the point. You can make me roll deception.
I mean, you don't have to.
Okay.
Nothing is going on upstairs right now.
Cool. She
So, go
could we
ahead.
like check to see if she hit her head a little too hard, or is this just her character?
I mean, if you would like to, you may roll medicine.
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah. No, this was just more of like a curiosity thing than like an actual player action.
So,
Yeah. You go.
no changes in behavior. No. I've been hearing voices. Nothing.
No.
I see dead people.
I don't think she can do all that, but from what... Let me think. I do recall that... I don't know. Right before she vanished, she was acting a little weird, but to be honest with you, I thought it was over a boy. Charlotte's not exactly a heart winner, and she was, I don't know, kind of
Weird
erratic.
how.
Not kind of erratic, manic, uh, not sleeping, sort of bouncier than usual. I didn't think much of it at the time.
Hmm.
Jade will like cast a glance at young me, who is the one who is more proficient in obtaining information, and just kind of be trying to communicate with her eyes and like their previous work together. Is this triggering anything for you? Is kind of like the vibe she's giving off.
Uh, okay. Young me is going to just like make an acknowledging like eye contact um to Jade and just be like, I know that I get giddy when there is a new potential love interest. How did Charlotte seem more specifically? Do you, if you don't mind me asking?
No, it's all right. I know you want to help. She was up late every night,
Mm.
writing something. I never bothered to look what it was. I kind of try to stay out of her business. It's why
Like a
we're...
letter or a
Do you
diary?
know where that is? Maybe we could
I'm
look at it.
maybe upstairs if she didn't take it with her. Uh, she was just writing all the time, and I don't know. It was like something was just consuming her. And then one
Mm.
day she just, I don't know, just happy, excited. It was like we were kids again, which would be fun if she wasn't gone.
I
Maybe
apologize. I'm writing notes.
No, you're good.
maybe we could go up to her room and
Uh, sure.
investigate, ascertain what happened.
I can take you up. And she kind of nods towards the stairs and starts heading that way.
Jade follows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Young will kind of take a cursory glance back, especially if we are going to be passing by the like sort of checkout counter,
Yeah.
to see if there's like anything that kind of sticks out that would be like in the shelves in that area where only the shopkeep would really have access to, if you know what I mean.
There are, as you pass by, it's like, think of like the mini bars from The Sims.
Yes.
Like, there's little shelves and stuff on the back side of it, and you
Hmm.
see more little trays, but nothing necessarily that catches your eyes. Like it just seems like more wares and shopkeeping stuff.
Cool.
And okay, so we'll come back to you guys in a moment, Malcyra and Dimble. So you are heading to speak with the grandmother. So you also receive directions that you're to exit the tavern and keep heading right. And there's not going to be a road, but head towards the buildings. And you do see there is a faint, weak suggestion of a path, but it's nothing like a road here. And you sort of trudge along it, and you come up to a small cluster of buildings. There is a red and white two-story building with like this kind of barn-like side paneling that's chipping from being under the sun. And the top floor of that has barber in white letters, with the bees kind of like swinging sadly. And the bottom floor says, there was something there, like on a painted sign, but it's almost scratched out. Next door, there is a butcher shop. You can see there's like a large window on the front where you can see various meats and stuff, and there is somebody inside, but the window quality is horrible. So you just make out that there's a figure standing indoors that's moving. Across the way from the butcher is a bakery. It is a small one-story building that almost looks like a house. And on top of the sort of like door arch, like there's like an arch over the door, and attached to that is a swing sign that says Bakers. The other buildings over here appear to have also been commercial buildings, but they are empty.
Well, should we go and ask, or do we just assume this one here in front of us is the seamstress?
I mean, we could assume, or we could check out the bakery and maybe get a snack since we couldn't get one earlier.
Dimble loves this idea. Absolutely.
All right.
All right, to the bakery we go.
So the bakery. Oh, music changed. I did not do that. Oh my god.
Spooky bakery.
I did not.
What was the baker's? Is their son? What was their?
Yeah, their son was missing.
Granddaughter? Oh.
What was the baker's son's name? Those
Cam.
Cam.
Okay, I thought I wrote that down. And I couldn't read my own handwriting, so.
I am kind of in love with the music just changing on its own. Okay.
It's
Yeah.
perfectly timed.
That was beautiful. Wow. Okay. So you enter the Bakers. This is a small building. Like I said, it's one story. And as you come through the front door, the jingle of the bell announces you into the space. In front of the counter, there's not much room. There's like a small table with 2 chairs on one side and a small table with 1 chair on the other, kind of almost crammed into the doorway. And then the front counter. You see racks full of baked goods, freshly steaming. The place smells heavenly. There is a door into another room that's currently shut. And in front of you are the bakers. They are behind the counter. You see Portia and... Hold on. Sorry, I scrolled. Portia and Martin Nelly. Portia, small. She's kind of... What height is she? She's like 5'5"-ish. So she's not like small, but she's kind of short. She's fat, and she has this beautiful tangle of like auburn hair, with these coiled curls that kind of dangle down into her face, and she's pulled it up into like a puff. And you see next to her is Martin Nelly, and he is a bit taller, a bit more built, and he has these glorious mutton chops on the side of his face. And you see something almost kind of magical. Curling through the air, there are these little creatures, like just swooping and diving and kind of doing all of these different formations, and you watch as Portia is sort of like moving her hands in time with some of the motions that they're doing, and they're swirling above their heads and just zipping around the room. And Portia and Martin have not taken notice to you, by the way. And as some of these creatures kind of slow down, like Portia slows down and so do they, you see they look like tiny dragons? But not quite. The coloring doesn't match. They look like they're made of bread. Just these little living creatures. And she twirls around again, arms outstretched, and meets your eye, and she gasps, like, hello, I apologize. I didn't hear you come in. And the creatures all flutter back down onto the rack that's sitting behind the front counter and settle down.
Hey,
wanted to.
I can't say I've ever eaten semi-sentient bread before.
I mean, it's just like real bread. They just have a couple tricks.
Okay. Well, what would you like? And she points at Dimble.
Can Dimble do, like, when they first walk in and they see that, with Dimble's arcane knowledge, can he kind of figure out what's causing the drag, like what type of spell she's using or what type of magic, or if the dragons actually are sentient, or if the magic is making them?
Do an Arcana check.
16.
Okay, so you notice a number of things. One, she doesn't seem to be trained. Something about the way she moves does not invoke somebody who has been taught, more somebody who's moving based on instinct. Two, these little creatures that are, they, like, when they settle down into the rack, they stop moving. So, sentience, you're not able to quite get a read on, but you do know that she has something, she's, like, animating them to some extent. But you can't quite put your finger on exactly how.
All right. And then with that, I look over at the baked goods and what is there? What do I see?
Okay, so there is the top shelf on this rack has the little dragons that we're swooping around. They are about this big, and they are made of like croissant dough, essentially. There's different kinds. So you see some with like 2 horns, you see some with 1. They like appear to mimic like the forms of real dragons. They're just smaller. Beneath that, there are like these huge rolls of like cheesy bread, and the cheese is still kind of bubbling and warm. Beneath that, there is an entire just bin of assorted donuts, and then beneath that, there are croissants, bear claws, all sorts of just goodies. And then there's also a front counter that like smells, because the smell in here, my god, appears to have more there as well.
After being asked what I want, I just look back over and say, whatever the sweetest thing they have is.
Okay. And Portia looks up at her husband. Can you do sweet? And he smiles, leans down, and gives her like a quick kiss. Of course I can do sweet. And he goes, I'll get you covered. And he shuffles over, kind of has to like squeeze around her, shuffles over to the rack. And he actually pulls down on one of the baskets and it like rotates until the basket of assorted donuts is at the top, and you see him take like a cloth and start kind of rifling through with the cloth over his hand, and then he picks one out. And in front of you is this beautifully shaped, just almost like a perfect sphere of a donut. And on top of it, there's like a dusting of shimmering white glaze and little like pearls. And he hands it to you. This is a popular seller.
What do you call it?
Oh, we don't really have names for the stuff that's newer. Our son is usually the one who gets the honor of naming it, so just a donut for now.
Okay, and I take it and hand over a little bit of coin.
Okay, you can take mark down that you no longer have, like, I don't know, 2 copper.
Okay.
I'm not keeping track of money. We don't do math in this house.
No.
And okay, so Malcyra, would you like to get anything?
Yeah. So she'll hear that they said like normally our son like does the naming. She says, I'll take the cheesy one. And speaking of your son, what a great segue. What happened with
our boy disappeared. Is Portia speaking, and she kind of casts a sideways glance at her husband as he goes to get the cheesy bread arranged. Cam vanished almost a week ago with no sign. May I ask why you're inquiring?
Well, we're hoping that we can find him again. Was he acting
Um,
weird at all?
The overlay changed because the music stream stopped.
Oh,
We all did a little rotate there.
cool.
Whoop.
Oh boy. Oh, I love it here. Hold on one second.
So good.
No.
Aha!
Hey.
Did it fix? Aha!
Yeah.
There we go.
Perfect.
There we go.
It's fine. Don't look. Everybody look away. Look away.
Not anymore. Yeah, we're good.
So, her eyes light up. Okay. Well, of course. Yes. Anything you need, anything at all. Just help us find our boy.
Plug my headset in. My ears shut off.
I kind of
Well-
pipe up and say, well, let me reassure you, we are here to help.
Thank you. And her husband turns and Malcyra hands you on a cloth this. It's almost the size of your head. It looks like a bread, like just a loaf of bread, and it's got a layer of cheese over it. And then he kind of like breaks it at both ends so that you can see the inside. There's a little bit of melted cheese on the inside as well. And he passes that over to you.
Sounds so good.
I was like, oh.
I'm so hungry.
Oh, that sounds so good. And she kind of like just takes like a big rip out of it and just like shoves it in her mouth. So was he acting weird or anything?
No, not that we noticed. Cam likes to just take time to himself. He's a bit shy, not quite the most outgoing, and we sort of let him. And he goes out to get sweets often, but he went out for sweets one day, just never came back. And at first we thought he was adventuring. I mean, everybody here keeps an eye out for the other children in the village. We don't let them go far, but no one had seen him. And he hasn't returned since.
I know that you said that he tends to be quiet, but is there anything that you noticed, anything that he said to you, anything that you found in maybe his room?
His father pipes up. He wasn't really acting different that we saw, but I don't. He had more sweets than often. Usually he goes down to the apothecary. I don't know if you've met her, but Violet over there, she has a knack for making candy by her hand, and he can usually we can't afford much, so he only usually gets a few pieces. He's good like that, but he's been coming home with more and more, and I thought Violet was just giving him the extras from the day, but it seemed like a lot. I don't know, maybe he got in with the wrong folk and decided stealing was the way to go, but that's the only thing I can think of that would have been different.
Was the candy from the apothecary or?
Yes.
Interesting.
One more question for you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that he spent time alone. Did he spend any time with any of the other kids in the village?
Portia pipes up again. Cam didn't have many friends. Definitely more of an outcast. Even though he's real sweet, but he likes to spend time with Violet. I think the two of them get along really well. And He used to spend time with Fiona before she also vanished, bless her heart. I think the only person I could think of besides those two would be Samuel, the staple boy. I don't know if you've met him. You're sure you're staying at the inn in town.
I have met him. Would you mind if we took a look at Cam's room?
Of course, yes, of course. Just come around the counter. And, as she says that, the door, she kind of, like, pushes open the door, so there's enough room for all of you to shuffle into that back room. And we're gonna take a quick break. Because I want snacks! So, we will be back in a few minutes. Everybody make sure, first of all, med check if you haven't taken your meds today, but get a snack, stretch, get some water, use the bathroom, and we'll be back very soon. See you soon. Still muted again. I just tried to mute myself twice. There we go. Forgot I hit the button on my microphone. Hi. So
Amazing.
I am very good at this. So, apologize if the break took so long. Fresh fruit is my happy place, and I just really wanted some grapes, so I went and got myself some grapes. Really quick before we jump back into the world. Oh, we're frozen. Uh-oh. Hold on.
Ooh, yeah.
Are we frozen?
Yeah.
I think we're back.
Okay, we're back now. Okay, there we go. Okay, so really quick before we get back into it, just some quick reminders. We are raising money for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence to help survivors in need. If you want to help us out, all donations to MyCo5 for the month of October will be going to help them provide resources and shelter to survivors. So the whole month, start to finish, not just on Sundays. If you ever want to help out, all of that will be going there. There are incentives. Hold on, let's see if I remember the thing. Is it hell yeah. Okay, for the first $50 we raise, I will play Phasmophobia for the first time ever on stream. Hopefully with friends. If not, I will definitely do solos. If we hit $100, I'm gonna do a behind the scenes how I made this stream, walking you through everything, my DMing process, and laying it all out on the table. And if we hit our overall goal of $200, I will do my first ever playthrough of a Resident Evil game. It will be Resident Evil Village in full Lady Dimitrescu cosplay. So, yeah, if we want to make that happen, just saying, it's there. And yeah, let's get back into it. So, we are at the Baker's. We are going back into the back room. So Portia has opened that back door to let Malcyra and Dimble past, and her husband's probably taking up the rear, and you all shuffle into a back room. This is sort of like a kitchen area. There's like a small island in the center that's absolutely just destroyed with flour. Mountains of flour everywhere. It's on the floor. It's probably caked in the ceiling. And you see like little handprints and stuff in it where they've probably been working. And there's like a frosted window in here that's kind of like dirty, that's letting in some light. And all other sorts of like goods and sugar and wheat and other things are in this room as well. And they kind of guide you past this room and into another, there's like another smaller door at the back. And in here are 3 beds. There are 3 twin beds that are kind of just jammed against every wall. And then in the very center of the room, there's like a small rug out on the floor. And there is the windows in here are like cleaner, and they have like curtains draped on the outside. And it's very cramped, but you can see how they've made it cozy. Like, they even have individual, like, different blankets that look like they were handmade, draped over every bed. And they just kind of gesture. His stuff is here. I'll get it. And his dad wanders over under the bed, and he pulls out, like, there's a small chest. And he opens up the lid for you to see the contents inside. There is another blanket that's a lot smaller and frayed. You get the sense it was like a baby blanket. There are there's a little pouch of something. And there are books stacked up in here. Just books and books and books.
Malcyra instantly grabs the pouch to check what's inside it.
Okay, so when you open it up, there are a few spare coins tucked away, some copper, some silver, and exactly 1 gold piece. And then there's also a set of dice in here. It's a red set of like wooden hand-carved dice. It's actually really impressive. Like, it's sanded and polished, hand-numbered as well. All in this pouch. Yeah?
It seems like the music is a little bit too loud again for Crispy and Maya.
Thank you for letting me know. It's the same video. I don't know why it's getting so angry. We get it. You have vibes.
Just progressively gets louder throughout the entire video.
Okay. Is that still audible to everybody in chat? Has it turned it down? Just let me know if it's good. I'm gonna keep going. Just let me know if it's good. I'll be looking in chat. Okay. So you can hear it. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, there's this set of dice within the pouch.
We don't see like any like sweet remains or anything, or like candies or anything in the
No.
bin?
In the chest, you can do an investigation check.
I'll do that. We'll go with 21.
Okay, so you oh, Dimble, did you want to do one as well?
I was just gonna say, while she's checking in the chest, I actually just walk like directly over to the bed and start kind of looking around there.
Also do me investigation check, but hold on to the number. I'll ask you for it. So Malcyra, you are searching through the box. In the actual box itself, you don't see any, but you, with your keen mind, you know better. You start rifling through like some of the other things, like shaking stuff out. The pouch didn't have any, the box itself didn't, but you open up a few of the books and there are wrappers shoved in the pages. You see like purple and silver wrappers, like purple and then the ends are silver. They look like they would like twist around a candy. You see a few intact lollipops. Yeah, you just see these like almost just scattered throughout various books. Some are sticking out at the top, like meant to be visible. Some are shoved down in it. And as you go through, there's like about 4 or 5 different books in here, all in common. They seem to be like adventure novels. And as you go through them, it's just more and more wrappers.
Okay. I'm gonna pocket like a couple of the lollipops.
Nice.
That's done. Yeah.
You can add a cherry lollipop and a strawberry lollipop to your inventory.
That I will.
And yeah, so that's what you find within the contents of the box. Dimble, looking over at the bed itself. So there is a thin, ratty blanket underneath this gorgeous woven quilt. The woven quilt on top is a rich green and different colors and fabrics, and it looks soft and plush, and underneath it that horrid blanket peeks out. The pillow is freshly fluffed, the bed is made. You actually see like it appears to be a well kept kind of small space. What'd you get on that investigation?
14. It's supposed to be what I'm good at. I didn't roll good.
It'd be like that. It's okay. You are looking around and you do catch something. You do. You get closer to the bed and you see on the wooden paneling of the wall, just by where the pillow is, you almost miss it. There's like little carvings on the wall. Like if you had laid there, like a body would obscure this, right? And like if you're standing and looking, the angle isn't great, but you catch him. You're seasoned. You know how to look for clues, even when you're not on your game. So you see these little carvings, but they are quite small from where you're standing. Like you'd have to get closer.
Can I do that?
Yeah. You approach the bed, and Portia kind of clears her throat a little bit, like so. And he like she is looking at you as you approach the bed, like
I apologize, but I need to see something. I need to see something on the wall a little bit closer.
All right, just that's fine. And you climb on the bed, I assume.
Yeah, I kind of politely take off my shoes and then crawl across the bed.
Okay, so leaving your shoes off the bed, you're able to, and it's like a straw mattress, so it's pretty ungiving. But as you get closer to the wall, you see various things. You see the little there's like little stick figures. There's like a little sun. Like there's some like random doodles, but under that, you see a number of things that stand out to you. You see a a little, like, looks like a dice set, like, carved into the wall, like, just a picture of one. Like a standard kind of, just a set. And you see the outline of a book. And you see, there's, like, a little stick figure. It's got, like, rays of light coming down, and he's, like, standing in, like, Superman pose. And you see all their tiny little stick figures, like, behind him and around him that are like, wow! But they're, like, stick figures. Their arms are just kind of up, and they don't have expressions. And that's in the middle of the dice in this book.
Okay. After I take a mental note of all of that, I crawl back off the bed and start putting on my shoes.
I should have gotten a better snack. This is not a good snack for somebody who has to talk.
Is there a good snack for someone who has to talk?
No, there's not. But
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
I try this every Friday. It never works. I don't know why I thought it would work today. Okay, so
Can Malcyra take the pouch that she found with like the coins and the dice in it, like, and pocket it, like just in case it's important?
you see Portia and Martin kind of eye you warily as you do so, but they don't say anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bring it back. It might help find your son. You never know.
As long as it helps find him. Sure. Take what you need.
I look at them both and I say, so we're going to try our best to find out what happened to Cam. Can you point us towards the seamstress?
Oh,
We want to ask about Fiona as well.
Of course. She's just... So her house is going to be right next door to ours. Just head upstairs. The front door should be unlocked, but the bedroom door might not be. You'll have to knock.
When we were given this information, we were told that Fiona's grandma is not well right now. Is there anything that you know about this?
Well, of course, Fiona was the light of everything over here. I mean, and she kind of like, her husband leans into her a little bit, and they both seem to be sharing a collective recollection of something. Fiona she was just such a joy. This bright, curious spirit, and she was just so sweet. And I remember she was younger, she used to say that she was going to work in the bakery, or she was going to take it over from us. And Cam used to get all upset. He was like, no, it's going to be mine one day. And she's like, no, we're going to share it. It was just the kind of person she was. And she vanished. Her grandmother... Fiona's all she really had left. And she was very, very withdrawn now. And I honestly don't blame her.
Do you know which of the people disappeared first?
I would think it was Cam, but I'm not certain. I'm sorry.
Okay. Shall we go talk to the grandmother?
Yes. And I look back over and say, thank you. And then I kind of nod and take the bald donut with the pearls on it and take a big bite out of it.
Okay, so that spiritual experience. You bite into this donut, and it is fluffy and still warm. And the sort of glaze that's on it isn't necessarily like a liquid glaze. It's more like it's powdered almost, and it melts in your mouth. And the pearls, as you crunch one beneath your teeth, it just explodes in this like burst of just vanilla flavor and sweetness. But it's not overpowering. It's like there's just this balance to it. It's really nice. And there's a little bit of cream on the inside too. It's just like excellent donut.
I visibly kind of go off into another dimension while I chew on that first bite.
As you interdimensionally travel, Portia kind of pops up a little bit, like, well, if you're going to help, the least I can do is offer you a bit more food for the road. You can go and pick something else out if you'd like.
Hearing this, like, it almost feels like an echoey voice in my head just because I'm so elated with what I'm eating. I say, absolutely.
We'd never say no to a good thing.
Okay. And she sort of swishes past you and her husband close behind, and you pass through that sort of kitchen work area and then back into the front of the store, and they stay behind the counter as they direct you around the other side of it. Anything you want, anything at all. And her husband kind of, yeah, anything you need.
Last time I did sweet, what do you have that's savory?
Yeah, we have good stuff. Hold on. And he spins that rack again to the bottom bin, and he does the same thing with the cloth, kind of rifles through for the best one, and then he passes you a croissant. There's you see little bits of meat and cheese poking out from the center of it, and it's fluffy and quite big, but it looks like it's got heft to it. And he passes it to you on this cloth, because I hope you enjoy it.
Just stare at it and then fold it up in the cloth and put it in my backpack.
I'll take one of those too.
Absolutely. And he passes you one as well.
Yeah.
I am determined to
Hold
eat
it
these
up
grapes.
nicely. Do it. You're doing great.
Okay, so you both can add croissants to your inventory.
Heck yeah.
Okay, so
Croissant.
after that, they both look at you and they just, I'm sorry, I looked at chat at the wrong time. Anything you can do to help find Cam, I just ask that you do it. I don't know what's going on, but my son is everything to me, and I can't lose another. So, please. And Martin comes in and puts an arm around her shoulder to comfort her.
So this is your second child you've lost?
Yes, we had a girl, Cam's older sister, and she fell ill. She passed.
Sorry to hear that. Was it a long time ago, or was it recent? Could it be related?
Oh, no, unrelated. It was last year, before any of this mess started. And they sort of, Portia comes, like, around the corner, and she's just kind of clasping her hands, and she gives you both a sort of teary nod. Just, if you can, bring my boy back to me, alive. Thank you.
We will do our best.
Okay.
Dimble walks out.
Malcyra?
Yeah, Malcyra kind of just, like, salutes to them, like a very casual salute, and, like, walks out after.
I am loving this energy. Okay, you exit the bakery. Are you going to head to the grandmother?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're gonna jump over to Young Me and Jade then. So you are heading upstairs with Violet to investigate Charlotte's belongings. So so she leads you up the stairs, this narrow, uncomfortable sort of spiral staircase. It's almost like caged in by the railing. And as you pass on to the next floor, you are met with a small room. There is 2 beds in here and 2 desks, and one of them has like a red duvet over it that looks pretty nice. Um, Obviously handmade, but not handmade in the sense that like a quill would be or a knitted blanket. Just more in the sense that like it's nice, it's well constructed. And then the same thing in on the other side of the room in like a lavender. The desk connects to the bed with the lavender blanket, has like various just wrapper papers on it, like just stretched out over the length of it, like different shiny papers. And you see like little, almost like miniature cookie cutters all scattered across the surface of it as well. And the chair from that is like almost tipped over, like shoved away from the desk. And then the other side of the room looks much neater. The bed is made, the chair is tucked in, the desk has a few scattered parchments and like a quill sitting on it, but for the most part is clean. Yes.
Can I start searching the room, making like an investigation check or something?
Absolutely. Young me, do you want to do the same?
Yes.
That's an 18.
Okay.
Math. What? 24?
Okay. I felt that in my soul. Okay.
Just Shrug City.
Jade, you immediately taking in the room, there's a lot to look at, so what do you want to look at specifically? Like, what are you looking for, I should say?
I'm looking for that, like, she had said that she was writing a lot late at night, and so I'm trying to find that.
Okay, well, you do see parchments on that desk next to the red bed, so you make your way over there. There are various parchments spread across the surface of this desk. There's some covered in doodles, some in writing. The handwriting is kind of messy, and it's giving you the impression of speed over, like, this person just has bad handwriting. And there's quite a lot of it. There's some pages are jam-packed to the tiniest letters. Some pages are just scrawled dots and like even in different just directions. And then there's also the doodles as well. Sorry, got distracted. So there are in these doodles, you see a drawing of like the woods. Like it just looks like the tree line, and there's like an arch almost constructed of the branches there. There is another doodle right under that is of the moon behind some clouds. That's pretty decent to be done with just ink. And the other doodles are just basically like shapes. They're not really anything constructed per se.
I'll hand some of the papers over to young me.
Okay. Young me, what are you looking for as well? Are you looking at the same thing?
I will. She'll probably grab the parchment with her hands, but she's also using Mage Hand to sort of peruse around what is her name is Charlotte, right? The sister who went
missing one is
yeah.
Charlotte, yeah.
Okay, what's Charlotte's side of the room, and kind of like be like she's using Mage Hand to sort of like tap around to kind of figure out if there's any like hidden areas or whatever around the desk and maybe her like bed and on the floorboards and stuff. So she's kind of like doing like a cursory
do sleight of hand for me.
Well, she has the feat where it's without verbal or somatic things to use Mage Hand, that it's invisible.
Yeah. So you're just rolling because you're looking for something to open. The verbal
Okay,
and
okay,
somatic is how you cast the spell. So you can just cast it with your mind.
got you. Sleight of hand.
Yes.
Dirty 20.
Nice. Okay, so you are kind of tapping along the side of the desk, under the desk, the bed, and you don't find anything immediately. But when you start going by the floorboards, one of the floorboards gives a little bit.
I will open the floorboard thing.
Okay, so you kind of like, or you manage to kind of pull one of the floorboards away and reveal this little cavity. And there's stuff down in here. You see a rich, like, just beautiful red scarf that's covered in these different patterns, and it's like a silky sort of texture. And wrapped in that are journals. And they're all bound. There's about like 3 of them, and they're all just tucked into this scarf.
Is there any way I could tell which one is probably the newest journal?
Looking at them, no, not where you're just looking at your with your eyeballs.
Okay, then I'll like flip through them, see if there's like any dates to see if I can find anything that's particular to like the last maybe 2 weeks.
Okay, so the top one does have dates in it, and it seems to be more of a record than a diary. You do see an entry from last week. What languages do you understand?
I understand Common and Sylvan, but I do also have tongues. Oh, it only has to do with hearing, though. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I do not have comprehend languages.
All right.
but
So this
it'll be.
this the script here on this page. So it starts out in Common, and then in the more recent entries, it turns into a language you don't understand.
Can I tell
Like tell
what
what it is.
language it is?
Go ahead and do me a flat intelligence check.
Oh God. It just cool.
Perhaps I would know.
Yeah, I'll show it to Jade at the same time.
Jade, what are your languages?
I speak Common, Thieves' Cant, and Undercommon.
You also don't recognize the language that you're seeing in
Well,
front of you. You can do intelligence to see.
A 16.
A 16 intelligence?
So that is a natural 20 for a 23.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay. So, with a 23, you're able to discern that you are looking at Infernal.
Oh.
We do have a tiefling in our party.
You do.
So, well, but first, kind of guessing that since Jay didn't comment on what's the content of the passages, I'll just turn to Violet, right? Is the sister that...
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I'll turn to Violet and be kind of like, do you and your sister speak Infernal?
I don't.
Cool. Do you mind, because we do know somebody who's able to speak Infernal, if we take this journal with us to see if there's any information that might be helpful?
Alright, just keep a good eye on him.
We'll just bring this one, and we'll make sure to bring it back.
Yeah, can I look at the other pieces of parchment that have writing on them that weren't in the journal and see if I pick up anything from those?
Okay, so there's one that's absolutely crammed top to bottom in Infernal. And then there's another in Common, but it doesn't seem to be making sense. Like, there's just a lot of words on it. You see the words pain, freedom, and joy repeating in different combinations just down this page.
Okay, I'm gonna take the one that's in Infernal.
Okay.
Is there anything else maybe that we noticed that kind of sticks out at all?
Like about the room?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, no. Nothing that sticks out to you from what you can see. It's just
Are
like it's a
there
bedroom.
are there paintings on the walls at all, or like anything hanging?
No, the walls are pretty barren. Um, yeah, the walls are barren.
Welcome
Um,
back, Cat.
I got.
can
Hi.
we get some cozy
Cozy.
emotes in chat?
Got a little
Yeah.
cozy. I was cold. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Raven? No, not Raven. Wrong campaign.
And suddenly you're on a pirate ship.
Yes. So,
I knew that was gonna happen to one of us.
I'm so sorry. Young Me is going to kind of like just like bend at her hips and like try to like look under the bed to see if there's anything maybe tucked under the bed slats.
Under Charlotte's bed?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you do also see another scrap of paper.
I will take it.
Okay, it looks like a piece of torn parchment that's folded up. And it was at one point probably resting perfectly on one of the slots. You couldn't see it, but movement of the mattress is probably over time. And as you open it, because I love the hand motions, as you open it, you do see it's a letter. And it's addressed to Charlotte, and it says, I have to. Oof. I am sorry. And it's written, by the way, as I'm speaking it, it's literally like words are crossed out, stuff is repeating, like it really, somebody wrote this very stream of consciousness. I really care about you. For as long as I've known you, I've cared. But something is very wrong with me, and I don't want to subject you to that. I don't know how much time I have or we have anymore, but I need you to promise me that no matter what happens, stay away.
Oh,
Charlotte,
shit.
Charlotte, I will never forgive myself if something happens to you. Please, for our sake and yours, stay away. And you can't see who wrote the letter because you can see where it's like with love, and the name has been torn off.
Jade is gonna snatch it from Young, just to read it too, because it's not, being, and after she reads it really quickly, she'll turn to Violet and go, "Do you recognize this handwriting?"
Let's see. No.
At least this is. Oh, oh.
No, she does not. She looks up at you. I'm sorry, I'm not really good with those kinds of things.
Well,
I wouldn't know my handwriting from somebody else's.
Like reading it, can you tell or guess who this might be from?
Well, I mean, it sounds like I was right. It sounds like she had a special someone in her life and didn't feel she could tell me. But
Do you have any inkling as to who that could be?
Let me think. There was, for a short amount of time, this girl that lived here. Her family was working on the farm, and she was a farmhand. She always spent her time with Charlotte until she left.
Was she sick or troubled?
Not,
in any way?
Not that I know of, no.
Do you know her name?
Amira. And that's
Amira.
with a Emira.
Cool.
I mean, I didn't pry too much into that. Charlotte gets really flighty when you insinuate she has emotions. So, but I always thought they just spent, you know, a little too much time together. But I left well enough alone.
Okay.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go first.
I was just going to say that I think we might have ascertained all we can from this space.
Just really quickly, Violet.
Yeah.
Would Charlotte, if she was close to somebody, be the type to go after the person who probably sent her this letter?
What, you mean if they were in danger?
Do you think she would have listened to this person's plea to not follow them?
No. She's the most stubborn person I know.
Liz, based off of the letter, can I tell when this was written? If it was recent?
The ink seems like it's been there a while, but it doesn't seem too faded. Go ahead and roll me we'll do perception.
I'll do that too.
Actually, do investigation.
I'll do that too.
I almost... Can I read? Maybe. 18.
Oh, I don't know anything.
You're too embarrassed to say what that number was? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know anything.
Okay. Jade, the age of the letter is lost on you. What'd you get, young me?
An 18.
Okay, I really thought you were gonna say 8. So with an 18, you can't pinpoint like the day, but you do get the sense it was quite recent, maybe 2 weeks ago to a month ago.
Violet, who went missing first? Maybe a month ago?
Well, Charlotte left about 2 weeks ago-ish. I think Cam was a week. I think Fiona.
All right.
I think it's been a blur. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you. If we find her, if we find anything, we'll let you know.
Okay.
And then we'll probably head out to meet back up with the rest of the people, but at the Cauldron? Was that the name of the
Yes.
tavern? Okay.
You make your way down the stairs and Violet's behind you. She goes,
Get my way.
every time. You get to the front couch. She's like, wait, just hold on. And she pulls out one of the trays from behind the counter and she sits in front of you and it's like different sweets. She goes, I can't let you leave without thanking you for your trouble. Just hold on. And she looks at the sweets. She goes, and she picks up a pink one, a white one, and a blue one.
Violet, that's very sweet of you, but I was actually wondering, since you're an apothecary, if you might have something that's helpful for poison.
We have some various cures. I think.
Oh no, you misunderstand. I mean poisoning somewhat.
Oh. Charlotte was really the brain around here, but I definitely we can take a look.
I'll
Let's
take
take a
the
look.
Okay.
I'll take the poison cure personally.
Okay,
You don't have
let
to
me...
worry, young me. I'm not gonna poison you.
Charlotte kind of turns around and looks thoughtfully... Not Charlotte, sorry, Violet. There we go. Violet turns around and looks thoughtfully at the shop. She goes, this way. And leads you towards the back of the building. So there's like the back wall and then a shelf. And she takes you around between the shelf and the wall. And she's kind of like running her fingers along the bottles and muttering to herself. And she pulls out a small vial. She goes, this is a poison. And a few drops should do it rather quickly. I am begging you not to get into trouble with this in town. I don't need any more shit. Please.
Oh. I'll take it.
Okay. And she lowers the vial into your hand while making prolonged eye contact.
Jade just like the blankest of faces, couldn't read a single thing. Just takes the vial and tucks it away nice and safe.
Okay. And you wanted a cure? And she turns to you, young me.
Youngmi, can she do a scan quickly of what's like on the shelves near her?
Sure. So there is poison cures. You do see some other ointments and such that you could identify or ask Violet. It's up to you. But you see other like things in jars, some plants on their own in a jar as well. Nothing has labels over here. It's just like some of the bottles have labels, but not all of them do.
Yeah, Youngmi will try to invisible mage hand, just kind of nab a few of like the salves and the poison cure from like behind Violet so she can't see it.
Can I also like try and take a few extra vials of poison without being noticed?
Both of you do sleight of hand.
Oh, thank you.
Eh.
You're gonna regret having asked me to do that when I tell
Oh,
you
wait.
I got a 32.
I got a 31.
Okay. Oh wow, I love this game. I love this game of Dungeons and Dragons. So
Let's Dungeon a Dragon, guys.
let's play rogues, they said. It'll be fun, they said. Violet, so Violet hands you the vial, Jade, and she turns away for a moment to look at the shelf, and pretty much parallel to her, right? You're pro at this. You feint taking something to trigger her like peripheral view. So she turns around like kind of a little confused, like just to see what she saw. And as she does, you take your other hand and you're able to grab two things and slip them into your satchel. As you lean there all casual, as if nothing had ever happened. You can go ahead and add an extra vial of poison and a poison cure to your inventory. Young me, what did you get? 31?
Yes.
Okay. You take, there's a jar of like flowers that are compressed into here, and you just tip the whole jar into your bag. And you're also able to take it looks like a jar of salve of some kind.
Okay. So dried flowers and a salve. Approximately how much would this be worth?
You're not sure looking at it, but you can go ahead and roll me nature if you want to try and guess.
22.
So you identify the flower, and it is the flower is typically used for like a number of different cures, but you also know it has a very potent history folklore wise. This particular flower is said to, when you leave it on the windowsill, it's said to help guard against evil. It's said to be able to dispel wicked spirits if left. Sometimes certain cultures would crush it up and use the remains, whether out of a juice or some kind of salve, to heal somebody who had been in contact with evil. Because you know how those things can go in certain cultures. You estimate the value of that plus the salve, which appears to just be a standard healing salve. Probably at 5 silver.
Okay.
Like combined. Like they don't have a lot of worth technically store wise. It's just they have a lot of
Hmm.
potential.
I am
Also, what
go-
people say about me.
Why are you
I'm
like
gonna
this?
leave.
I'm so sorry.
Honestly, I changed nothing.
You are all worth so much to me.
I'm going to leave 10. I'm gonna also sleight of hand 10 silver and just leave it in the cash register thing.
Okay. Violet turns back around. Oh my god. Okay, one day I'm gonna finish these grapes. Violet turns back around, a little bit frazzled and confused. And she just kind of, okay, well, I hope that's helpful. I'm not even gonna... You're helping my sister. Just take it. I don't care about this place anyway. I care about her. I just want her back.
That was the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 silver probably would have covered it. Young me is just going to nod, say thank you, and leave.
So, question, as we leave, where is... Like, would we see the other two heading over to, like, where Fiona is at?
No.
Well, is not at?
You're on the opposite side of the village.
Okay.
You're heading back to the cauldron to meet up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're gonna make your way to the cauldron then, so we're gonna go back to Dimble and Malcyra. The two of you, Young Me and Jade, would probably... You go in. It's still rather empty inside. You'd be able to take a seat, do what you wish. It's up to you. But we'll come back to you in a second. Malcyra, Dimble. You make your way next door. It is a rickety, dark wood building that looks like hopes and dreams are holding it together. There is barely a foundation on this place. The front door has a small little porthole window that is completely clouded over with dirt. And this house is kind of thin, and as it goes up, it kind of starts bending one way and the other. Probably warped by time and poor materials. There's a meager little garden of like tomatoes and basil out front, but it doesn't look like the plants have been tended to in some time.
I look up at Malcyra and say, well, you first?
Gladly. And I go up and I assume there's a door.
Yeah.
Then I can just, instead of going with like her fist or anything, she has her hand axe and she just like whacks against the door a few times.
No
Hello?
response.
Anyone home?
No response.
Nothing. Does the door like move at all, like open up or anything when I hit it, or is it just
No.
And then I just kind of walk up and grab the doorknob and turn it and just push the door open, or at least I try to.
You certainly try to. It does not move.
Okay.
The door You can't tell if it's locked or just not opening, but it's not budging at all. Like, there's no give.
We said it may be unlocked, but doesn't seem to be.
Doesn't look like it. Well,
You
what
want
if
to try
we...
kicking it down?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest we try kicking it down. We should try kicking it down.
Roll a strength check for me if you're gonna go through with that.
I assist because I'm not very strong.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll with advantage.
Well, that's probably not gonna do a lot. I got a 12.
Okay, okay, what you're able to get, you kind of like, your foot collides the door does not open, but it does move, and you get the sense that the door isn't locked, it's barricaded.
It's
Because the door does move in slightly.
Dimble proceeds to start walking around looking for windows at other parts of the house or another way to get in.
There are other windows on the ground floor that are also clouded over with dirt. And it looks like dirt from the inside. That's all along the side of the building. And it's pretty thin. Like, it's more tall than it is wide. As you get along the back, there's a back door. And a tiny, horrible porch.
I'm gonna go try that door.
Okay, that door appears to just be locked.
Pull out my thieves' tools, and I try to pick it.
Sleight of hand, please.
While he's doing that, Malcyra's trying to like wipe on the windows and trying to see in and see if she can see anything by like wiping off.
At first you have no luck, but you get to about the third window and some of the dirt actually does smudge away and it gives you a better view. The glass here is shit. You can barely see through it anyway in the first place, but what you do see that the inside looks like it's a mess. It's kind of hard to make out, but there just seems to be like stuff's just everywhere and it doesn't look normal.
And I don't see movement or anything, though.
No, you just see the space.
Okay.
I rolled a 5.
Okay. You put your tools in, and you rattle vigorously, and there's a moment of aha, and then nothing happens.
As
Awesome.
Malcyra sees that he's really struggling with the lock, she takes like the end of her little hand axe and just smashes it into the window to break it open.
Okay, just the window shatters. It shatters, and all of the glass tumbles in to spill across the floor, and now you get an unfettered view of the inside. So like I had said, this room is the whole building's rather like small. And this ground floor room, it appears to have been like a sitting room of some kind. Like you see benches, but they're all like overturned and smashed chairs. There's a table in the corner that's been absolutely obliterated. You see valuables strewn across the ground. You see like photos are just kind of about. You see and these are magic photos, not time period photos. You see there's just stuff everywhere on the floor. It looks like the place was tossed.
She looks at Dimble and says, "Oops, it's open. Oh no, what shall we do?" And like starts stepping in through the window, the broken window. And as she does that, she tries to yell in. She says, "Hello, is anyone home?"
No response.
Dimble sends mage hand through and tries to unlock the door from the inside.
Yeah.
Partially because he can't reach very well, like the window pane, and he can't step. And there's like a lot of broken glass and everything right there. So he feels like he can't crawl in, but he doesn't want to say that, so he sends mage handed.
I love him. The back door swings open with a quiet creak. And you are in there's like a kitchen area here. It's very small. There's a wood-burning stove that looks like it's been cold for quite a while. There's a kettle still sitting on it that's covered in like a thick layer of dust. There's a cake sitting on the counter that's it's molded. There are a few flies kind of zipping around the kitchen. There's some various jars and things are left out along the counter that like clouded over also with dust. And the kitchen area connects right to this sitting area, so you and Malcyra can see each other.
Malcyra looks at Dimble and goes, I'm gonna guess Granny might be doing worse than we originally thought.
It seems it may be. And also, like, Dimble's demeanor's changed a little bit now that he's solving a case, like working, like getting clues and doing that type of stuff. He seems to be a little bit less like introspective and gloomy and much more intrigued by everything that's going on and almost a little bit more energetic.
Oh, I forgot to mention there are also stairs in that main area where Malcyra is standing that look like they go upstairs. My bad.
And so while we're on the first floor, Dimble just starts kind of like poking around through stuff, sifting through the papers. You know, you said it looked like it got tossed, just kind of trying to figure out if they can glean anything that either happened there or, you know, anything about Fiona.
Okay, you can do me an investigation check.
Fucking go.
This is your moment.
This is it. This is the big moment.
I have plus 12, but I rolled a 15.
Oh my god, okay. Enough. You're doing enough, I promise.
Oh my god.
Allie, I love you. Thank you for the raid.
Oh my goodness.
We're on follower only mode, so just chill out for a little bit and then come say hi. We love you. Okay. You are able to glean from the remains in this room. It looks like the place has been tossed, but you're able to get more detail about that for the moment. It looks like there are signs of struggle in here. You see kind of poking around the place, lifting things gingerly, perhaps with your mage hand. Like you catch trails of like drag marks among the shattered furniture. The photos that are strewn about, this is like a common technology for the time in a world of magic. This isn't anything necessarily special, but there are photographs. You see a young girl. They're not colored. They almost appear like drawings, but like I don't know if any of you have seen like tin type photos like from the Victorian era. Like that's kind of the appearance that these photos have. So there's one of a young girl posing next to an older woman. And then there's another one of like a little toddler out in a field, and she's got boots on that are like too big. And both of those are face up among like the glass from the window and then also like the remains of the room.
I want to go take a closer look at those photos. And another thing that I guess I was looking for specifically, because I have an odd hunch about it, is like candy wrappers.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. You find a royal blue candy wrapper with gold ends poking out from under one of the benches. You almost miss it, but you look again with your keen eyes and you catch that. Looking at the photos closer, you do get the sense that the young child is the same person as the girl in the other photograph.
I kind of pull the candy wrapper out, and I look over at Malcyra and say, does this look familiar?
Oh god. Yeah, a little bit. I have a feeling maybe we should stay away from the sweets in this town.
I think you may be right.
Should we look upstairs? There's supposed to be a grandmother here, but I'm almost worried that we're gonna find a body.
I think we should, but we should be careful. I
Absolutely.
make sure that my mage hand is invisible and is actually going up the stairs in front of us.
Okay. The stairs creak as you go up, and there are windows kind of along the stairway, so light is slanting in, and you see some of the dust kind of twirling in the air here. And you get to the second floor, and there's another door that's cracked open. And you're able to, your mage hand would probably get it before you get there. The door swings open, and there is... The first thing that hits you is the smell. It is dank in here. And not in the fun way. It is horrid. There is a bed up against the wall, and you see a frail woman just sitting up in the bed looking directly at you. She's got a blanket draped over her legs, and her arms are kind of just by her side, and she's staring directly forward. There's a bigger window in this room where more sunlight is streaming in. You see what looks to be like weaving supplies. Like, you see a loom in the corner. There's also a spinning wheel. There's also, like, you see various knitting needles. Like, there's literally a display of, like, knitting needles of different sizes, kind of, like, cascading upwards. Thread and bobbins, and there's a basket of, like, cloth by a rocking chair that's also up in the corner.
Quick question. It's okay if we didn't end up asking this or figuring out this information. Where did we ever get the grandma's name, or do we only know Fiona's name?
You only know Fiona's name.
I think we only know Fiona's.
Yeah. I guess I walk
Hello. We both awkwardly enter.
She's looking at you, and it's, at first there's a moment where you're like, oh no, she's not moving, but her eyes snap to you, Malcyra, and then snap to you, Dimble.
Her eyes snap, and Malcyra screams. What the fuck? I mean, hey, beautiful house you have here, right, Dimble?
Dimble's pretty seen a lot of like possessions and stuff back in, or in his detective work and mystery solving. He's not too scared by how she's acting, but he knows something is up.
After your little, how y'all doing? She breathes in, and it's this creaky, rattling sound from deep within her. Thank you. I haven't had visitors, and I don't know how long.
Dimble likes to get straight to the point. He just says, "We're here to ask you some questions about Fiona. Is there anything at all you can tell us about what happened to her, or what's been happening here at your house?"
Fiona, my girl. I miss her so much. And her hand, she, like, in the shuddering sort of, like, it looks like it takes a lot of energy to her to lift her hands, but she lifts them up to her face and then drops them again, and there's a heavy impact and kind of a slight cloud of dust as her hands make contact with the blanket. And Fiona was, I don't know where she went. And then there's a change in her expression, and she looks at you both. She goes, "Who are you? Why are you in here?"
The door was open, and we just wanted to check on you. We heard that no one had seen you in a while, and so we were called in.
Oh. Well, I'm perfectly fine. Fiona is taking care of me. Everyone should know that.
What my friend meant to say is we were, and Dimble tries his best to lie about this and say, we're doctors and we want to check on you.
Can you do me a deception check, please?
Sure can try. 16?
She squints at you and kind of leans forward a little bit. Aren't you a little small to be a doctor?
Dimble's had a lot of jokes made about his height, but he handles it very well, and he says, well, being a doctor's not about my size, it's about what I know.
I'm here as his assistant to help with anything that needs a bigger bit of help.
She kind of thinks over for a second. That's very profound, young man. And you as well. I don't know where Fiona is, but I'm sure she'll be back in a few moments, and she can tell you what you need to know about my medicines and everything. It's hard for me to keep track.
While she's gone, let's talk about Fiona. Did she have a sweet tooth? I mean, who doesn't have a sweet tooth?
Right, what child doesn't?
Did you often see her eating candies or sweets or anything newer?
She liked sweets when she was younger. She used to go out with the baker's boy. What's his name? Ham?
Ham, yep, I believe it's Ham.
And she'd go out with Ham, and they would go and get candies and share them with the other children in the village.
Well, what else do we see in the room besides the bed pushed up against the wall?
So there is a rocking chair with there's a spinning wheel, a basket of cloth, little bobbins and bits of thread everywhere. There's also a loom next to that, and you do see there is another. You almost miss it with the way the door opens, so the door opens inwards. But there's another smaller bed tucked behind where the door opens. And that is covered in dust. The comforter is this warm kind of pink, and it looks more gray now.
So while Malcyra's having this conversation, I'm kind of sending my invisible mage hand around to as sneakily as I can. Start kind of dusting stuff off really lightly and sifting and seeing if from where I'm standing I can see anything up here that seems interesting to me.
Roll me, do sleight of hand and investigation.
All right, do sleight of hand first.
Okay.
12, and then investigation. Let's go. 23.
Say with me, kind of talking to the old woman and kind of distracting her. Could he get advantage on that sleight of hand?
Sure. Go for it.
Right, rolling that second roll there. So the first one was a 12. This one's a 14.
Okay.
Better.
So you start clearing some stuff away. The obvious indicator is the dust of that some time has passed before anyone has touched this bed. Everything in here is filthy, but this bed is especially bad. Underneath the bed, you do see boxes, wooden, almost like wooden bins. But you can't really make out anything that's in them. You do see that there, what else of interest is there over here? There's a small, collection of folded clothes at the foot of this bed as well.
I'm going to head over towards the small bed to the boxes that I saw
Mhm.
and just kneel down and start pulling them out and trying to rummage through them.
Okay.
And while I do that, I'm gonna be talking to her and try to like get her gaze more on like her tools and like her work stuff, like everything
Okay.
that she makes. Like, oh, so what do you make? What started you into the whole seamstressing thing?
I really like to imagine like this is the end of the bed and Dimble just goes.
Real sneaky
She's
shrink.
really. Okay, so you ask her that, her eyes light up. Oh, seamstressing has always been a family business, and I enjoy being tactile. I come from a family of makers and providers, and sometimes the best act of love you can do is making something for someone that will last them for years and years. It's hard with these old bones now, but it used to bring me a lot of joy.
Absolutely. I'm sure you were making things for the entire town and they loved it so much.
I did, in fact. Most of the children have blankets that I've made.
Oh, so you made them for all of the children in the village, or?
Well, as many as I could get to. I always tried to present each child with something that they'd have to feel comfortable.
It's very kind of you. Have you noticed anything weird about the children of the village at all? I mean, Violet, not Violet. What's her kid's name? Fiona. Which one? I don't know.
There's a lot of names.
Yeah. Fiona seems to be a great one. Is there any child that doesn't seem to be, a favorite?
There was, this vagabond who came in. I never trusted her or liked her. I'm glad she's left. But, what was her name? I can't remember her name. But she worked on the farm. She was a farmhand. Her family had come from out east. I don't trust them one bit. Outsiders never come to Marin, let alone here.
When did they come this way? When did they show up?
Oh, it'd have to be maybe a month ago. 2 months?
Okay.
They came and settled, and we rightfully drove them out. Scoundrels.
Oh, well, was there a reason you drove them out, or you just didn't like new people in your town, or?
She leans a little bit closer, and there's like, it's like almost like just a ratchety kind of like,
Yeah.
Well, we don't know for certain, but I'm positive that their mother, that child's mother, something evil lurks within her. There was just something about the way she moved, her energy. I don't trust it. And what comes of the mother, well, you know how that would transfer to a child. She leans back.
Malcyra doesn't really like how she said that last part, but she accepts it and kind of tries to like eye around her and see if Dimble is like.
So Dimble, bestie. That's right. I did not forget about Dimble. Dimble, you stealth so well that the DM was not able to see you. You're able to start rifling through these bins. So there are all of these different like knickknacks and baubles. Look at personal, like you see like a little figurine of like a horse, little dolls, all personal things probably from a child. You do see also though something that does strike you a bit. There is a particular book. And it has fingerprints on it. Like there's a layer of dust over everything, but this has marks on it. The dust here has been disturbed. And you see it is a book on alchemy. And it's rather thick. It looks kind of advanced. Not necessarily expensive, but definitely not common to just, like, it's not a coffee table book.
Okay. So pick up the book and like trying to handle it as carefully as possible. I start opening the pages. And what I'm looking for specifically, I guess, if I can find this, is if there's a certain page or something that seems to have been looked at recently. It's like sometimes when you open a book, you can kind of tell where the the binding's been opened.
Go ahead and do me another investigation for that.
Let's go. 16.
Okay. You are being very gentle, and you do see there are a few pages that look to have been recently touched. There's one on transfiguration, and there's one just but in the alchemical sense, and then there's another page that looks to just have been like flipped to, per se, because it's kind of in the middle of a long passage, but the passage is about the value of alchemy, why it matters. And those two pages strike you as being recently disturbed.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there, other than this book, from what I can tell from those, is there anything of interest or anything beyond just kind of like normal trinkets and toys and stuff that a young girl would have?
You see like a miniature, like a science kit. Like you see some flasks and what looks like a little plate that could be heated by flame to like make a makeshift hot plate. You see various empty vials that don't look like they had anything in them per se, like they were just empty to begin with. Like all of that is nestled among these belongings.
All right. So I kind of reappear and move closer to the bed.
Mm-hmm.
And I ask, so you say Fiona's taking care of you,
Yes.
when was the last time you saw her?
Oh, well, she was just here a few moments ago. She went to go get me some water from downstairs and sort of thirsty.
Since I'm closer now, I want to try to tell if this is if her memory loss or sickness
Insight.
seems magical.
Oh, if it seems magical, do Arcana.
I rolled a 1, but that gives me a 9. But I rolled a 1.
Okay.
Throw that dice away.
You are so off-put by proximity between the smell and the prolonged eye contact, that you sort of blank. You do get the sense that it's kind of insight-y, but you get the sense that she is genuinely experiencing memory loss that seems to be sporadic, but and not necessarily like there's a pattern to when it comes in, but you cannot tell whether or not it's magical in origin or just from disease or age.
Great.
Yep. So, how we doing?
Does she look like she's like eaten at all, or like that she's just like been sitting in this one spot?
It looks like she's been sitting in this spot for a very long time.
Okay.
Long enough for dust to settle.
Okay.
Can I try to feed her some of my
I
croissant?
was gonna. Yeah, I was like, can we give her
Okay.
some of the croissant?
Sure. How do you want to do that?
Shove it in her mouth. Just kidding. Well, while we wait for dear Fiona to come back, would you like to try one of our croissants? We recently tried them. They're delicious. Would you care to have a bite?
Certainly, of course. And she like outstretches her feeble, shaking hands to accept a piece.
And I'm gonna try to rip like a big chunk off and give her
Okay.
part of it.
You pass the croissant to her, like the piece, and she takes it up and nibbles on it a little bit. Oh, thank you. I feel like it's been so long since I've had a meal. Where is Fiona? She's supposed to be bringing my water. I miss her.
Yes, we'll go downstairs and look for her.
Yes.
And I kind of back in, like,
Mhm.
get out of
We'll
here.
go check and she'll probably be back quite soon. But we'll see you again.
She's not coming back, is she?
Oh, traffic, you know how it is. And she like skedaddles out of the door, out the doorway, just like, runs.
Okay. God.
Dimble follows behind,
Absolutely, you are just gone.
giggling
You're gone.
a little bit.
Waits for no response, just like gets out. Between the smell and the creepiness and the whole like switching of memories and not knowing what's going on, I was like, no, thank you.
You are gone. You have vanished. You have fled. Where are you headed next?
I'm ready to
I
head
guess
back.
we should go back to the cauldron.
Yeah, to meet up. I do, as we're walking back though, I do tell Malcyra, like, Henry said that that it's better to come there during the day because something happens at night. I want to ask him about that, but I want to
Yeah.
come back here tonight.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
All right.
We just left a broken window.
You certainly did.
My granny.
Yugmi does have mending. She's not there though.
No. Mm-mm.
But would she?
Yeah, probably.
Oh, that's so fun.
That's nice.
Okay, so
It's a cantrip. It's not gonna be that much.
okay, that's fair. You make your way back to the inn, so you're all reuniting. Jade and Youngmi, you've been there for a little while. Like a little while before Malcyra and Dimble make their way back to you. Malcyra and Dimble, you guys enter the cauldron, and Jade and Youngmi are sitting there.
Jade would have like a little thing of like parchment out between the two of them and be drawing like what she saw the doodles of. And so like draw the forest with the arch and the moon with the clouds and be like, this seems to be a little lycanthropy to me. And like maybe right around that time is when the other two would be kind of coming in.
Yeah.
Shall we piece together the various pieces of our puzzle?
Sure. Could I also do like a let me see what's going on with these doodles as a person who also shifts into an animal to see if it's like familiar in any way in that regard?
Yeah. For you, it's different.
It is. Yeah.
Go ahead and do insight.
That's a 30.
Oh my god. You.
Wow, must be nice.
I know. I was like, what?
For poor Dimble's been rolling. You need a new dice.
Yeah.
Dimble's having a hard
Funny
time.
because I've been like doing just play rolls and I've been getting 18s, 20s, you know. But then anytime it matters,
It's
You're
just like horrible.
You're
Yeah.
falling off.
Okay, so with a 30, um, you look at the drawings, and now for you it's different. So relating to it personally, it's hard to tell. This does seem like a definite shift in behavior. Like this, Charlotte, something happened. Because this isn't just she started writing an infernal. You don't understand it, but looking at the script itself, like it gets more frantic. It's crammed together. Nobody is spending all of that time cramming in words like that unless they have a reason. And that's the sense that you get from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Youngie is going to kind of have the journal opened to the first infernal passage and kind of hand it to Malcyra and kind of be like, this seems to be infernal, but neither Jade or I can understand it. Is there any way you can translate what's going on? This seems to be the most recent journal entries of Charlotte who's gone missing.
So Makari, are you gonna read it?
Yeah, but before she does, she goes, "Yeah, I can do that." But and she like whips out the 2 lollipops that she stole, and she goes, "I think it has to do with the candy. These kids are eating candy, and then they're going missing."
This doesn't.
I'll grab one of the candies.
Okay.
Dimble adds in. We went to go find information about Fiona, and we ended up at the bakery and found out a lot about Cam. And it turns out Cam and Fiona were going to the apothecary to get candy from Violet. What did you find out from Violet at the apothecary?
Well, Violet did offer us sweets. We didn't take. Well, I didn't take any. What we found out about Charlotte, her sister, the one who went missing, was that she was suddenly acting very erratic and staying up all night, writing, and being very manic, not sleeping. And then we found a letter under her bed that was saying, "Sorry, I care about you, but stay away."
Violet also. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Violet also mentioned that this was from this farm hand girl named Elmira.
Well, I was talking to the old granny, and she said they hated the old farmhands and everyone that was at the farmhouse because they were vagabonds and they ran them out of the town.
Interesting.
We did find out that Amira's not with us here anymore, and that she's spending a lot of time with Charlotte. Sounds like the only person we haven't talked to is Yusuf, who is a farmer. Or, well, he went missing, so we'd have to talk to his wife.
Well, while we game plan, I'll take a look at the books.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I pipe up and say, and I need to talk to Henry real quick. He mentioned something about not going to see Fiona's grandmother at night, and she was not in a good state. The house was not in a good state, and I do want to go take a look around there tonight.
Yeah, I think he mentioned everywhere gets awfully evil at night.
Hilda is behind the bar, and when she hears you say, you want to go talk to Henry, I'll get him, and makes a beeline for the stairs. Um, okay, so looking at the book, Malcyra, it's not really, it's like scattered pieces of parchment that you're able to like kind of sift through. The gist of what you're seeing, so there's one that's just a lot of repeated words. You see joy, freedom, and pain in Infernal. Just written in various orders, not necessarily neatly, just all over the page at different angles. And then you also see another page that's just crammed with words and Infernal, but this one seems to actually make sense. And the gist of this one is, it looks like Charlotte was almost writing down like a record of something that had happened. The page is not dated, but it does describe an incident where she says she begins the entry with something went wrong. And she's writing, and as you're reading it, you're getting the sense that she did something. Some sort of either a procedure or a ritual or a task of some sort that she's describing, like, I set up everything perfectly and I don't understand how it could have failed. Lives are on the line. That sort of vibe. She details that the subject, that's what she says, the subject is still violently ill, and I fear it may get worse.
Youngmi wants to cast Detect Magic on the lollipops that Malcyra brought.
Okay. They are lollipops. The only magic is that they're sweet.
Okay. I will deliberate on what else to do then.
Yeah, Jade will just, check in with Malcyra to see what's been ascertained from the note.
Yeah. Go for it.
Say Dimble doesn't totally trust Hilda completely, and decides to, even though she says she's running upstairs to grab Henry, he decides to follow her.
Okay. Do you want to follow her as soon as she leaves, or is this like an afterthought after she's gone?
It's basically as soon as she leaves. Like, I'm not even really trying to be sneaky. I'm just following her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she makes her way up the stairs and she is moving. And she gets to a room at the end of the hall and throws open the door. She goes, Henry. He's like, Hilda, now is really not the time. I'm trying to catch up on my journaling. And she makes her way into the room like, your friends want to see you. So now is the time. And she extends a hand towards him instead of grabbing him this time. And that's, so you see this, Dimble. Like, yeah.
Is the room that I have upstairs as well?
Yes, everybody's rooms are upstairs. I'm sorry, I didn't clarify.
No, that's okay. So, just seeing that, like, okay, maybe this wasn't as sketchy as I thought it might be, I just kind of go to, like, one of the doors and pretend like I'm going into that room to seem like I wasn't just trying to follow her necessarily.
Okay, you could probably just go into yours.
Okay.
They're pretty much all close to each other. So you enter your room as a cover.
I'll hang out until they start going downstairs.
Okay. You close the door and there's a few moments, and then you hear the clomping of footsteps pass by your door.
I kind of open the door and follow them back downstairs.
Okay. You see Hilda with her arm looped through Henry's, much less forceful than in the morning. But Henry is still trying to keep up with her, and she takes him downstairs. She goes, and here he is. And then she drifts back behind the bar. And Henry kind of adjusts his vest a little bit. He's got like a little bow around his head. He's like adjusting as well.
Is it safe to assume that Malcyra kind of like gave us a gist of what was going on in the journal? by now.
Malcyra, would you have shared what you read?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Youngmi is gonna kind of look up, um, and kind of think. Probably I'll do an Arcana check just to see if Youngmi could recognize like what Charlotte's describing to piece together what she was trying to do
Okay.
and or what the effects of failing would have probably like meant. Does that make sense?
One more time? I feel
So
like I
like,
get the gist of what you're saying.
So, Charlotte was writing, like, basically recording the different effects of what went wrong,
Right.
right? So I think that Youngmi is going to, like, reverse, like, based off of those failing side effects, piece together what could have been the intent
Oh, I
of,
see.
like, what she was trying to do. You know what I mean?
Can I assist?
Yeah, do an insight check with advantage. You don't need it, but you know.
Uh, wait, insight with advantage?
Are you specifically looking for magic intent?
Yeah, because
Okay, then do an arcana with advantage.
okay. Oh, hello, not me dropping it on the floor. Okay. 19.
Okay. You see, um, you do catch there is a pattern to her words. She doesn't quite describe, like, this isn't a purely perfect scientific record, so she's kind of describing more abstract. So you get the sense that the consequences of this are lots of pain, perhaps death, um, accelerating whatever's wrong. And with that information, it could be a number of things. Your mind does go to, some turn to magic when they're desperate to heal a vicious sort of disease or perhaps a wound. Magic can also be used for other more nefarious purposes as well. You're not quite able to ascertain whether magic was the cause or if it's just the solution either.
Okay.
There's not a lot of information to go off of in the record, unfortunately.
There's no way to tell like how she tried to do this.
You see, she just describes it as a process, method, but she doesn't go into detail. No, this seems more like someone getting some thoughts out of their head, but they have the required context to fill in the gaps.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Youngmi is then gonna look up and be like, were any of the other kids doing anything like, I guess, like experimental or science, magic y? Did you find anything that has to do with that? Like as Dimble and everybody is coming in, like Henry too, because
Yeah.
he would have more knowledge on being there for longer.
I'll let Malcyra answer first.
Not really any sciencey things or experimentations that I recall. Dimble, do you recall anything?
At Fiona's house, under what I assume was Fiona's bed, I did find a book on alchemy, and there was some basic alchemical tools. That's all we found.
Well, alchemy and apothecary supplies tend to go hand in hand pretty well. They might have been doing something together.
I would echo the sentiment of what Dimple said. I actually did visit Fiona's grandmother pretty early into my investigation, and I also did happen to see that book. It's pretty detailed, something probably a more advanced scholar would have. I don't quite know how she procured it. Her grandmother was a bit hard to get details out of, unfortunately, in her condition, which I cannot blame her for.
So when you were there, did the book look as it had been touched recently?
Yes, actually. I thought perhaps her grandmother had touched it, but thinking back on it now, that would probably be a more ridiculous thought.
And you said something about not going there at night.
Yes, her grandmother gets... Fiona and her had a tradition of eating dinner together. And every night, Fiona does not show up for dinner. And it's very harrowing on her emotionally. While I'm here, I've been eating dinner with her because, well, she insisted, but also trying to see if I could get a little bit more out of her, but it's devastating to watch her just drift around.
Dimble just kind of nods and takes in this information, not really knowing what to do with it yet.
You,
You go first, Kristen.
Nope, you always let me go first.
All right. Youngmi is gonna just kind of muse aloud. These kids got in way over their heads about something.
What could you tell us, Henry, about that farmhand, Amira?
Oh, I don't know much, but from what I heard from some of the other farm hands was her and her family came from out east. They settled here trying to build a new life. I got the sense that they were drifters. They never quite stayed in one spot. They just sort of found their roots where they could. Amira was always civil, cordial from people who knew her. Had a she was a bit humorous. Some people enjoyed her company, but I understand they weren't very popular in this town. They tend to have a grudge against outsiders. I get the sense.
So they're no longer here.
From what I understand, no.
Do you have any idea when they left in correlation to the other disappearances?
I did speak with Yosef's wife, and she was able to tell me Amira worked on her farm specifically. And Camilla, his wife's name is Camilla, I forgot to say that. Camilla told me that Amira was hardworking, a bit quiet in the fields. Her personality seemed to bloom outside of it, and after about 2 months, she vanished. So 2 months ago, and she stayed for only 2 months.
That's helpful. We definitely need to go talk to Camilla.
Yes, I would agree. She was a bit busy when the last time I went to interview her, but perhaps this time will be more forthcoming.
Unless...
No, finish the conversation. This is gonna bring a new thought. So
Sarah and I share
Sorry.
one brain cell, and that brain cell always wants to talk at the same time, and this happens in every campaign we're in together. Like, Sarah and I are connected in a way that is just... Anyway. So, Henry, one last question. I think you mentioned that it's dangerous outside in general at nighttime. Am I correct?
Well, most of the odd occurrences that people are reporting take place at night versus during the daytime.
Interesting.
Besides people being disappearing at night, is there any other odd occurrences? Is there anything else that is happening?
Yes, some are claiming to see demons in the night. Others are just mentioning hearing odd noises, feeling as though they're being watched at night by something they can't quite see. I know the workers out in the farms closer to the forest are reporting this more than the others, but everyone's very much on edge.
What time is it right now? About? I know that I know that it was like, it is noon. So okay.
Yeah, like noonish. Like, yeah, a little past noon.
So now I
Okay.
was gonna ask one more question of, speaking of the forest, when we were on our way in, I noticed some spires coming up. Looked like there was a structure out there.
Yes, there is some sort of old building, perhaps an estate, but everyone's lips are very much sealed, and I can't figure out what it is besides going in myself, which I was strictly warned about.
Jade's just gonna kind of look from person to person in her party. I think we need to talk to Camilla and head to that estate.
I agree.
There's a clearing of a throat behind you, and you see Hilda like leaning forward on the bar, like fully putting her weight so that she can like be on her tiptoes, and she's got a hand in the air.
Yeah, I'll call on you in a second.
Fine.
You raised your hand. You initiated this.
I'll wait.
When-
Just get on with it.
All right. Yeah, it seems like we need to get as much information on Elmira as we can. Kat, did you want to say something? Okay,
No.
it looks like you
I
did.
was,
At one
I was
point.
gonna say something, but it was just it was an aside. So
Okay. So Youngmi will then, after kind of like speaking it out loud to sort of make a mental note and also make that note for everybody in the room, she'll go, "Yes, Helga."
I know
Hilda.
about the castle. If you'd like to hear the story, I know about plenty of other things too. This is exciting. Nothing ever happens in this town. I kind of.
It sounds like a lot has been happening, so either you don't care about all of that, or you're not listening. But
No,
go on.
I always listen. Anyway, so the castle. There's quite a bit of stories surrounding it. Some true, some not. Couldn't tell you which. It's been here for centuries, definitely haunted. Nearly 2 decades ago, a scientist moved in there. Brought a little girl with him, his daughter, I think. Haven't come out since. Anyone who goes up there doesn't come back. They say that the castle wails at night while it waits for its next victim. If you believe that sort of thing, of course.
The scientist moved there 20 years ago
Yes.
with his daughter.
Yes.
How old was the daughter? Do you know?
Not specifics, just young lass.
Does anybody here, would they have like ever met this father or their daughter?
Anybody who did, there is Sabine. She lives. Sabine. She's older woman. She lives out near the apothecary. She might know. Otherwise, no. He sort of kept to himself. He didn't have many friends here. We don't like our outsiders very much.
Yeah, you guys are kind of assholes.
Yeah, well, it's kept us alive until now.
Well, mm, mm,
Yeah, Young Me is gonna kind of like look at Henry like, if they hate outsiders so much, why is it again that you're helping them so intently?
Are you asking him?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'm not exactly enjoying the experience, and he kind of leans to give Hilda a pointed stare, and she flips him off. But
For her.
I do believe that no matter your disposition, no matter your situation, that you deserve the chance of being helped. I mean,
Is he being genuine about that?
Roll me
Can I
insight.
tell?
yeah, I'm
I'll
gonna do
also-
inside too.
Yeah. We're all like, I don't know about that.
Or like
21.
Okay, 21.
21.
I also got 21 and that 20.
Oh my god!
Oh,
19.
Okay.
Math to be
Aw,
mathing.
broke the streak.
27.
Oh my god. Okay, so
My insight's plus 11.
I
Mine is
noticed.
+1. So.
I've observed. All of you have very keen insight, so you can tell he is lying out of his ass.
Young Me will go bullshit. What's the actual truth?
I'm in somewhat deep shit. And
Ah, there it is.
I owe a debt, and this is how I'm repaying that debt in filth and people who don't want to be helped.
Then who is it that you owe?
I attended a magical academy up north, and at the time my family was running through hardship, so they took me in on a sort of a loan. And while financially I will be able to pay it back once I receive my father's inheritance, I have to undertake this in the meantime for collateral. I have nothing else to offer.
You didn't answer my question. Who is it that you owe?
His name is Elrin.
Elrin?
Elrin. Elran.
Okay.
Elrin Ravenwood. He's the current headmaster. Yeah.
He's the headmaster of this magic school that has a vested interest in the mystery in Westham.
Not necessarily. It's hard to tell with him. I just know that he, in the middle of my studies, I haven't even graduated yet, he told me that he thinks I could do some good out here, and that I am not to return until I fix whatever's happening. So I'm here. And I hate it. And these are good people who deserve to live and be happy, don't get me wrong. I do have a genuine involvement in wanting to return these people to their families, but it's kind of gross out here.
Raven? Not Raven.
Not
Fucking-
again.
All right. So,
Need a new
Young Me
counter.
Yeah.
You do need a new counter, right?
Words are hard. But Young Me will drop it for now because she feels like she'll believe Henry in him being like, I don't know, my headmaster kind of just like sent me here.
Mhm.
But she is just gonna kind of nod and go, all right. So,
Really quickly, Henry.
Yes.
Why does Grim owe you a favor and therefore have us here?
Alec is a stubborn bastard. I ran across him on, I was set on an assignment by Elrin to go aid in a conflict taking place on Marin's coast. Alec was there. We fought side by side. I saved his life. And he told me that I could, whatever I needed at any point, that he would drop everything to see it done as recompense for his life. So.
Okay. So, friends, Jade says with yeah.
Deep tension.
What next?
Why don't we decide what's next week? There it is! First episode!
Little tie off right there.
Yes.
You.
Oh my gosh. What a wonderful kickoff. The way I had to resist talking about chat. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Okay. Really quick, I'm going to tally up what we have so far. I think we passed our first incentive. It looks like I'm just eyeballing it, but I want to make sure. Hold on. Just give me a second. Math. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Okay. And we are steadily approaching our second.
Woohoo!
We are at 30. Math. 75. Hold on. I am good at math.
I'm crying.
It's fine. Don't worry
If I
about
can't
it.
count it on my 10 fingers, I'm not gonna be able to figure it out.
That's me. Okay, we are at $90 in one episode for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, because we passed $50, at some point, I have to figure out my schedule, but at some point we will be playing Phasmophobia for the first time ever. I am shaking in my boots. We'll be playing that live, and I'll get the details out whenever that's happening to you guys. And just saying, at $100, that we're going to be doing a behind-the-scenes making of Eclipse stream where I break this all down for y'all. That will be after the campaign is finished, so I can just freely talk about it.
But darn it!
Yeah.
You don't get to figure out all the mysteries ahead of time.
No, because I also know myself. Well, Cat. Okay, there we go. So now we have that as well. I'll be doing a behind the scenes stream breaking this down after the campaign is concluded, so I can freely not worry about spoiling. Thank you guys so much. Oh my god, for all of the subs. We had a couple raids from Crispy and Elysium Days. Thank you guys so much for all the follows as well. Get some water, stretch, get a snack, and we will see you next week at 2 p.m. Eastern for the next episode.
Thank you so much. This is so
Thank
fun.
you. This was so fun.
Thank you guys. All right, we will see you next week. Bye-bye.
Right.